Okay. See if I can set this up correctly. Why isn't it displaying anything? I need to figure out why it's not displaying anything. 1 second. Maybe if I move monitors? Will this work? No, that doesn't work either. Oh, you know what? It's because of this. Ah, okay. Alright. I'm figuring shit out. Alright, here we go. We're gonna talk about this movie, and because I'm considering coming back to make a video about it. I had a video scripted, and I don't know if I'm really that comfortable with Rebuild anymore, having been like 4 years and whatnot. Still don't like this movie. I saw it again yesterday. Someone who is a fan of my YouTube channel. Incidentally, I've been working as a screenwriter on some really bad, I'm sorry, not bad. What do I mean? Low budget productions and everything like that. Trying to do my first independent feature, have it written up, maybe have some funding going on. So that's what's been going on as far as film stuff goes. It's actually been going pretty well. I'm making a living in LA, and that's kind of difficult to do. So I'm pretty lucky in that respect. But regardless, I might make a video on 3.0 plus 1.0 just to, platinum trophy my YouTube channel and have have something that finishes off the saga, the legacy. Oh, it's echoing. Okay, 1 second. Oh no. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Will this work? Am I capturing this? Yeah, alright. Alright. Okay. So we're good. Alright. So I've been in LA trying to make the film dream happen and everything like that, and it's been going pretty good and whatnot. And excited for in a year or two might have feature film, so just been really busy with that, and been neglecting YouTube as a result of everything. Climbing up ladders is never an easy thing to do, but I was with a friend who knew my YouTube channel. Just a guy coincidentally was like, oh, you have the voice of Go Jesus, you're Go Jesus and whatever, and he's a guy that I know locally here in LA. And he sat me down and made me watch this movie again. This fucking atrocity. I really don't like it. I'm actually really curious to see if there's any Rebuild 3.0 plus 1.0 defenders. Because I would like to do a video essay talking about my feelings about the film. And I want it to be like as good as it can be if I'm gonna make it. So 3.0 plus 1.0 is it's a few years old at this point, and I know that its reputation is still that it is a good film, but I feel strongly that this is a very poorly crafted film. I think it's as a meta-textual piece of fiction, 3.0 plus 1.0 fails at being properly about like Hideaki Anno on a meta level, and it just completely gives up on a character writing level. So it kind of doesn't really work on both levels, and I want to know what people think about this. I'm not going to have many sources to substantiate this, but if you watch the Anno documentary, he kind of flip-flopped between caring a lot and not caring whatsoever about the production of this movie, where he would leave his staff out to dry and kind of waiting for him to come back and forth and everything. And I think Hideaki Anno is probably misattributed to a lot of like auteur theory. Like there's a lot of, oh, he's such an auteur and everything like that. And I kind of don't think that after looking into him. The man has one truly original project under his belt, which is Neon Genesis Evangelion, and he acted like a showrunner for it. But he had a ton of, there was a ton of really iconic writers on staff who did actually lend their own ideas, and there was it's like a writer's room in a live action kind of setting where people were able to bounce ideas back and forth and execute on those scripts, and then he came in afterwards to sort of bind it together under a singular vision. I know that there's a lot of misattribution to like certain mythologizing. Like Shinji over here is supposed to be a Hideaki Anno self-insert in the original Neon Genesis, but he's kind of not. He's if I remember correctly, Toji was supposed to be representative of Hideaki Anno's father in Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is why Toji has one leg at a point in the series, and not Gendo. So a lot of people think like, oh, Shinji Ikari is Hideaki Anno, and certainly there's probably overlap there, but he's named after Shinji Higuchi, who is one of Anno's friends and sort of loosely based off of him, from what I understand. So, let me read what's going on here. Yeah, I think The Boy and the Heron is actually a better depiction of a metatextual piece of fiction. A pinch of basil, or basil said that. Not really sure, but I agree, because it demonstrates that Hayao Miyazaki, as a creator, pivoted and changed as a human being in some really fundamental way. So, Boy and the Heron, it has the main character inside this Western house that's sort of adjacent to the main mansion, which is a very Japanese kind of styled house, and this is like meta about Hayao Miyazaki himself dealing with the invasion of like Western culture and the sort of like the westernization of Japan and whatnot. And Hayao Miyazaki is regretting a lot of his life choices in Boy and the Heron. The birds represent like Studio Ghibli employees in Boy and the Heron, and the general like anguish and torture that they're sort of put through by the master of the realm in Boy and the Heron represents like Miyazaki's working relationship, and how, intentionally or not, he kind of drove some abusive elements onto his employees. And Boy and the Heron was the first movie where Miyazaki was more hands-off, and people were told to like get out of work on time, 9 to 5, that's it, doors close at 5, so nobody was working overtime. He actually walked the walk with the 8-year production cycle of Boy and the Heron, whereas as we're going to talk about the rebuilds over here as a metatextual piece of fiction, right, like Village 3 and a lot of like what it ends up doing in this movie is Hideaki Anno has never worked. He never grew up as a farmer. He never grew up in this environment, like sort of making things. He tells you to have babies constantly, like with the pregnancy imagery and all the babies that are like within the film. Like Rei has a doll at the end that she's holding, and the doll has the name of Toji and Hikari's child on it. And there's this like idea of like natalism that is kind of like in the movie, and how it's important to have children and live this ideal life where we're in a community with one another. And Hideaki Anno has never lived that. He doesn't have children to this day. AI kind of sucks at this. I actually asked Google, like, just did a Google search, and Gemini AI popped up saying Hideaki Anno did have children. That's just false. He was actually, it was tricked because he was quoted saying that he thinks one of his employees is like a big child. But yeah, Hideaki Anno doesn't have kids. He doesn't live a rural life. He doesn't live humbly or with humility. He is still very much the Anno of the 90s, but he's married now. And I mean, it's great that he's married. It's great that he had a nice vacation at Studio Ghibli. But, you know, he's more upholding this idea from observing Hayao Miyazaki and his relationship with him more than actually, like, this actually embodying anything about Hideaki Anno. So I Boy and the Heron is much more successful because it's much more raw. It's Miyazaki saying that he's wrong about how he lived his life. And in that way, it's much more confessional, it's much more earnest, and it is also demonstrated by the meta of Miyazaki connecting to his family and actually, like, taking a step back from the obsession to do with film production and whatnot, you know, having an animation director on staff instead of him just doing it. Like, if you watch Hideaki Anno, you know, it's great that he's saying bye-bye to Evangelion and whatnot, but the man trapped himself in this Eva, you know, hell pit artificially. Like, this is, he could have handed off the reins to Tsurumaki, who from allegedly, you know, Kazuya Tsurumaki was very much on board with the idea of just taking over the project. Like, the shackles that Hideaki Anno put on himself are entirely constructed. So having a metafiction about, like, wishing away Evangelion and that we're entering the real world and whatnot, what is he talking about? He went on to go make basically remakes of all of his childhood IPs. He's playing with toys. He's absolutely, like, you know, deep-seated in escapism. How is like Shin Kamen Rider and Shin Ultraman and like Shin Godzilla just not a grown-ass man, like, smacking some toys around from his childhood? Like, is he moving off from Evangelion just to remake things that he loved when he was a kid? It's really strange that the only thing that he's done that is original is Evangelion. Everything else is some sort of adaptation or written by someone else. So, like, Gunbuster is not original, Karashi Kanojo is not original, Love and Pop is not original. I want to say Shikijutsu is also not original. I think it is not original. It was written by the woman who stars in it. She wrote the original script for, or not script, but maybe the novel that it was based on, or the idea it was based on. But, like, Hideaki Anno is not a creative person when it comes to writing. He's somebody that, like, absolutely delegates. I think the most significant solo writing work that he might have done is, like, Shin Godzilla. And that is, you know, truly an adaptation. It's a vegan of concept and whatnot. It's not him deliberately, like, resurrecting something that he's, like, a childhood fanboy in the same way as, like, Ultraman and Kamen Rider. But it is just a little weird that he's, you know, getting wrapped up in Gundams and everything like that. So it's Nadia actually is not an original adaptation. It's taken from a pitch that Hayao Miyazaki did for a 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea television show that was then retooled into Castle in the Sky. Nadia, Secret of Blue Water is technically just a Castle in the Sky, the TV series. And even then, he, like, jumped off of being on board. Yes. Yes, it's a pitch, but he rewrote huge chunks of it. Kind of true. He also abandoned it halfway through production and left Shinji Higuchi on to sort of, like, clean up the mess. So it's definitely, I mean, Nadia definitely has, it's definitely based on something. It's definitely based on, it's got two layers of being based on stuff there. So, I mean, yeah, it's like, but the point is that it's not a fully original project. And you know, not to say that doing adaptations is wrong and whatnot, but I just am trying to disassemble the myth of like Hideaki Anno real fast. Because I think that there's a lot of mythologizing about Hideaki Anno, and there's a lot of collaboration revolving around Hideaki Anno. Even in 3.0 plus 1.0, there was a ton of collaboration, a lot of delegating of ideas. So I mean, I could tell you that, in my opinion, Pepper Miller's, that I think he did abandon it, like Nadia, from everything that I understand about the production. Um, because even though you say, he went on to go focus on writing the last few episodes and whatnot, which are great, like the last 5 episodes or so of Nadia are fantastic. I mean, I could just tell you that it would probably take a few weeks to write those at most, and probably should have been planned for far in advance. It's not. It is kind of like leaving things in chaos with when you just kind of like leave it to Shinji Higuchi to clean it up. Because there's even a lot of inconsistency in characterization and a lot of like sudden developments in Nadia. Like Nadia as a character, her development is completely random. Like it is without cause and effect that she suddenly becomes a more mature character in the last 5 episodes. And it's like, yeah, even if he was just able to discuss with Shinji Higuchi the overall like plan on where it should go, even on the most basic level, you would think that there would be a smoother transition between how she's characterized in the last episodes versus that middle segment on the island. G-Quux with Gundam is actually storyboarded significantly by Hideaki Anno in the second episode, which was like a terrible episode of G-Quux, by the way. That episode of Gundam is horribly storyboarded, and it is terribly directed, and that's Hideaki Anno 101. Yes, the point is about that Anno isn't the sole reason these things are great. And Miyazaki is the same. I'm trying to let me be like specific, which is that Hideaki Anno is not the auteur that people think that he is. There's a lot of mythologizing, especially in the West. I mean, even in the East too, even in Japan. But the point being that he's like not this sole person who's responsible for literally everything that was good. Some of my favorite episodes of Neon Genesis are written by like Satsukawa, for example, who wrote episode 19 and 24 and 15. 15 is a god tier episode, like there's so many great episodes that like Satsukawa has written. And Enokido, did Enokido, wait, I'm gonna have to look up the writing staff on this. Yoji Enokido, let's bring this up real quick. Genesis writers. Well, don't ask AI because it'll just say like Hideaki Anno wrote everything. Again, a showrunner is I'm not asking AI, by the way. I really don't like the AI technologies that have been coming out lately as far as damaging the art industry and the arts and stuff. Let's see. Probably have to go to like something like Anime News Network. Again, Gemini is just like, oh yeah, Hideaki Anno. While this is loading, because I'm trying to load Anime News Network and it's taking a while, let me read some comments. Tonight, wish Anno did more novel adaptation, man. I also wish Hideaki Anno did some more novel adaptations. Hideaki Anno, when he cares, is a good director. Kubrick is great, but he isn't the sole reason his films are good. That's very true. Almost all auteur directors are comprised of teams, and they carry over the same team between projects in best case scenario. So, like, the Coen brothers are considered like god tier auteur directors, but they have like a ton of the same staff between projects, and part of the reason why No Country for Old Men is a significant work, and then Inside Llewyn Davis is a significant work, is because of but the cinematography, between the two is done by Roger Deakins and everything, and it's got his signatures and characteristics. So while like the Coen brothers are fantastic, they hire the same storyboarder, they hire the same cinematographer, they get those people carried over between projects. Those people are responsible for those elements, the framing, the shot framing, the way that the story is like conveyed, in that respect. Like, yeah, a director they do bind the project together in a lot of ways, but if you remove those elements, it's not the same. It's just not. So my FMA videos have been taken down like crazy. I don't know what's with that, but like Annie Plex just hates me. they want to remove any kind of Fullmetal Alchemist content from my YouTube channel. This is part of the reason why I'm also like just like depressed about making anime content as well, because anime content is very it's really going to be difficult to actually make content that isn't removed. By the way, it's nice seeing you again after a while ago, Jesus. Thank you. It's nice seeing you again as well. I think I have a really bad memory about these things. I was diagnosed with ADHD and stuff recently into adulthood, and it makes a lot of sense in retrospect with a lot of things. Okay. Neon Genesis. I've got Anime News Network up right now. Oh, come on. There's so many different Ava things. Where is the staff on the original show? Okay. So we got Akio Satsukawa, who wrote 12 episodes of Neon Genesis Evangelion, episodes 3 through 6. That's another thing, is that he also, from what I understand in the behind-the-scenes production, really pushed for that episode where Shinji has that autistic breakdown, like the autistic coded breakdown. I'm not saying that to be, to be down on, like, autism. It really reads, like, authentically, like Shinji is having an autistic breakdown. In episode 4, where he hears the cicadas and gets overwhelmed with that, and it's very autism coded, in my opinion. So, which Hideaki Anno, funny thing is, like, Hideaki Anno actually is quoted saying that he knows what the term autism is in like the 90s. He said specifically that he thinks most people in the anime industry are autistic, and I find that to be like a fascinating quote in of itself, because the awareness of what autism was in Japan in that time was like pretty low, and so it makes me wonder if Hideaki Anno himself is autistic, and it would make a lot of sense. That's speculative, we don't know for sure, but like Sasakawa did write in some autism coding for Shinji there, which is interesting. And which for me at least, I don't have like autism. I was checked for that into adulthood. In ADHD, it seems to be solely like an ADHD thing, but there is some overlap between ADHD and autism. It's partly why I speak so fast, right? Like, I've always been very chatty, and I'm horrible to do like a podcast with, because I'll be talking someone's ear off compared to everyone else. It's not a good thing. But yeah, like sort of irritability and hypersensitivity and like all those types of things that I've struggled with kind of make me relate to that, the autism angle, because even though it's not quite one-to-one, a lot of the problems that I've faced throughout my life are they have like echoing kinds of things there. So I think there is something to be said for that. But Satsukawa also wrote episodes 9 and 10, 12 through 13, 15, 19, 21, 24. Um, and then the only episode that Hideaki Anno did not have any kind of like fingers dipped into is episode 4, which is that one that I was talking about with Shinji's mental break. Uh, Again, episode 4, great episode. Hideaki Anno being credited on every episode is very typical for a showrunner. If the structure of Gainax, which has always been kind of looser compared to other anime companies, not as hierarchical in the same kind of traditional way. If the structure of Gainax works like a live action series, which it seems to, very much like a building the railroad track in real time, having deadlines but delegations, and then the showrunner comes in and kind of binds everything together retroactively. That's extremely reminiscent of live action Western TV structures, and it seems like that's why Hideaki Anno would have his fingers in every episode. But yeah, Hiroshi Yamaguchi, 16, and he did 16 and 22 and 23. Fantastic episodes. That's the Liliel episode. That's Asuka's episode. That's Rei's episode where she ends up dying. Mitsuo Iso wrote episode 13. Shinji Higuchi, the fall boy, which I do want to talk about Shinji Higuchi a little bit, as in 3.0 plus 1.0, the ending over here plays a song from, I think it's called like Goodbye Jupiter or Bye Bye Jupiter or something like that. And the song that's over here is actually an homage to Shinji Higuchi's directing debut for a movie of the same name, which used this song. And this is because Shinji Ikari is based on Shinji Higuchi. Yoji Enokido, yes, Yoji Enokido did write Neon Genesis. He wrote episode 2 and 7 through 8 and 11. So Mitsuo Iso is an animator, yeah, but he's credited as a scriptwriter for episode 13 according to Anime News Network. I'll leave like a source over here in chat for anyone who wants to see that. Okay, let's see. What are people saying? The Gundam quote, I can relate. It's very funny. Shinji, it's like, also writes to Fooly Cooly. Hello, not vegan. As a vegan myself, I appreciate the name. Why do you think the Manosphere stuff is autistic? Oh, what's going on here in the chat? Oh, I don't know if I like that. I'm seeing some Manosphere talk. I did see some Gundam G-Quooks, yeah. I wasn't really a fan of what I've seen. I've only seen the first like 5 or 6 episodes, and I find it to be like an incredibly unfocused show. The structure of it is kind of like copying this idea of like a cage fighting sort of thing, but the main character is very lackadaisical about characters dying in this fight, this cockfighting of Gundams, and she doesn't really make like a whole lot of sense to me as a character. She seems to be just going along with it because some guy is like, I need to get to Earth because the Gundam told me to. Some like deranged like speaking to Gundams thing, and she's just like, okay, I'll do that. I'll help you and risk my life and also kill people for that. I mean, like, that guy ends up killing his own mother in one of the fights, and then she's just like not even like that moved by it. She's just like, huh, that happened. That's interesting. Why did he react the way he did? That's interesting. I don't know. She was really like calculating in a way that was very inauthentic. And I haven't finished the show. Like I said, I'm only like 5 or 6 episodes in. I'll probably finish watching it, but it's been really disappointing outside of just the framing of certain things. Even the way the CG is integrated with the 2D animation, I think, is like pretty bad, where you'll have lots of segments where the 3D is operating at like half frame rate, but then some elements of the 3D are operating at full frame rate. So you'll have like 30 frames per second on the door opening for a Gundam, but then the Gundam itself will be at 12 frames per second. It's a very like distracting, like kind of like weird effect, I guess. Or in animation terms, they're called like ones and threes and stuff, right? So the 3D would be on ones, and then the 2D or the some of the other 3D elements would be on twos or threes, and it's very weird. Yeah. It's hello, Ava Monkey. I'm here to talk about like Neon Genesis Evangelion a bit, and especially this movie. So I got to watch End of Evangelion in theaters and whatnot, and it was really interesting. I kind of want to read some of my thoughts about it, or like I wrote a review on Letterboxd for the movie, but you know what? I'll just try and remember what I said. But basically, some things about End of Eva that were interesting, that I hadn't really picked up on before watching it theatrically, was the connection between the waves on the heart monitor and the waves at the very end of the movie. Like they have the same rhythmical thumping, and then the visual like waves of the heart monitor like evoke one another. I also think that's to tie the two scenes together, because the scene where he jerks off in his hand is very much the same as the ending scene in terms of cuts and pacing. We cut to like random objects in EOE, and it actually is supposed to be that like one scene is Shinji not having self-restraint and not like being basically giving into his like emotional catharsis, and the other one is him actually stopping. He restrains himself from fully committing and like choking, so to speak, literally and metaphorically, and sort of having that like the ability to have that restraint. And the themes of End of Eva and Neon Genesis are very like interesting, because they are fundamentally about the connection between men and women, and the duality, those sorts of connections between me and the other, I guess is another way to put it, in like the most broad sense of that term. Let me just put my phone on mute. So, and in that way, it evokes like, it's really important to Japanese culture, in a lot of ways, because like Japan has people there have often, they just hit a new record low in terms of children and having children. The connection between like people and socially is kind of difficult, from what I hear, and this has to do with the cultural elements that actually stems from Zen Buddhism, which Evangelion plays a lot into Zen Buddhist like themes. These themes of collective versus individual, and Hideaki Anno himself, from what I've done research into as well, is Zen Buddhist, if not Zen Buddhist sympathetic. He was vegetarian for the longest time. I think he might have just recently stopped being vegetarian. But from the 90s to the late 2010s and 2020s, he was vegetarian, and that's sort of like the Zen Buddhist practice. Pretty hardcore, actually, to follow that in Japanese culture. And a lot of 3.0 plus 1.0's themes use Zen Buddhism as a prescription to happiness, which is, I think, the big difference between Neon Genesis and 3.0 plus 1.0. Because, like, Neon Genesis, if anything, kind of reads like a critique of Zen Buddhism, where you have this idea of the collective versus the individual. And the sort of point in Neon Genesis, right, is that you have to take care of yourself as an individual and think of yourself as an individual to even work and operate as a part of the collective. The collective cannot function with that, and it uses the relationship between men and women as a way to discuss like me versus others, and like those kinds of romantic connections and whatnot. And 3.0 plus 1.0 is a bizarre movie in some ways because it kind of like goes back on a lot of the critiques of like from a Zen Buddhist lens about like pro collectivism and all that sort of stuff, where Zen Buddhism, kind of taken to its like most intense extreme ideologically, is about like the putting the collective first, and the collective will take care of themselves and this kind of thing. So Shinji, when we start the movie in 3.0 plus 1.0, after we get through all this, a bunch of gobbledygook, like this recap is pointless. I just want to say that real fast. It really reveals how a lot of the plot points in the previous Rebuild movies don't end up mattering that much. And in fact, I kept a list of new key terms unique to this movie, and it was like 27 key terms, and things like credit, things like gosh, I'm even forgetting, Evangelion Imaginary, the Book of Life, all these kinds of things. If you look at it literally, the Rebuild films are completely incompatible with one another. They're like, it's like somebody is devolving through different ideas of what a remake should be, of Evangelion. And in that fact, like, I know some people have said it's intentional. I kind of seriously doubt it is. There is this habit for Eva fans to be like largely like, this is this, and so it's intentional, right? It's all part of the plan. We have 1.0 be a standard remake, 2.0 is more of a blockbuster, 3.0 is the total destruction and annihilation, the complete reboot, and then 3.0 plus 1.0 is, I mean, how do you sort of grapple with that in the sort of framework of it being various reboots and everything? Because if anything, it's just another reboot into a lot of the ideas. It doesn't follow 3.0's like plants very well at all. This is a great example over here. We have a mouth in the world. This is a core. The whole Earth has turned into basically a core, and that doesn't end up getting any payoff like at all, which I think is very strange. And there are all these new terms brought up in this movie that are not brought up in other movies, and they also either don't get paid off in of themselves, or are just kind of they do get paid off, but in a very like rushed kind of way. Very few like plot elements. If you're looking at 3.0 plus 1.0 as anything other than a meta film, it's a terrible like quadrilogy. Like, it just does not work narratively between each one. The character arcs between the movies don't make much sense to me at all. Take for example, I think 2.0 is probably, it used to be my least favorite of the Rebuild films. Now I think it's the best one. And I despise it. I think it's still like full of schlocky fan service and doesn't really make sense. Like Asuka and Rei's whole like high school drama about cooking for Shinji is probably one of the most asinine things I've seen in films in like a while. I rewatched 2.0 recently as well. But 2.0 has the structure of a movie where it does feel like that 3-act Western structure, right down to like the midpoint twist happening in of itself. But characters will just flat out say how they feel out loud. So like Asuka will go like, my arc is about how I need to work as a team, but I hate working as a team, and she'll just say this in the dialogue. So the characters will just give verbatim exactly how they're feeling and exposit their character arcs, which is horrible writing. And then Shinji is framed as wanting to connect to his father in 2.0, but is completely has completely no agency in that respect and has no desire to do so. And Rei's development is very sudden in 2.0, where she pivots to being Shinji stan number one. I'm going to try and get Shinji to connect with his father, and her kind of like conclusion to even do that in the first place is extremely not illustrated So, I think it's implied by the fact that Shinji's in the graveyard with his dad and she was there and watching him in 2.0. It's sort of implied that way, but it's not very cause and effect. It would have actually been better if she was just like walked over to them or was there at the scene and then left with Gendo so that she could watch Shinji and his reaction to his father, just to have her be in that scene and have that character illustrate like what her goal will be in this movie. So like 2.0 structurally is probably the most sound. 1.0 is a horrible mess where it's like we're going to sew together these episodes like structurally, and we're going to do everything worse, except I guess for the animation quality and budget, but the directing is worse. Every time there's some sort of directing change in 1.0, it is for the worse. It will be like, remember how this was framed in this shot? And, it's going to be ugly and hideous now. There's a scene with Misato driving down the road in the original. I'm going to see if I can find this. And it's got this beautiful shot in the original where you see the frames of the solar panels in the background and Mount Fuji even further in the background. And it's this really lovely shot. This is the first episode of Neon Genesis. And then in the rebuild, it's like no Mount Fuji. The solar panels are so far away that you can't even see them. Like, you're just like, what is that? The tunnel to Nerve headquarters is not as visible, and it's just, you have this like mess of compositional lines going everywhere. Like 1.0 is actually like, I think people really give it too much credit in some ways. Like it's kind of a monstrosity in of itself. Like 1.0 is kind of terrible as a movie to introduce yourself to. Take Shinji, for example, in 1.0. He's so much more stoic and less funny than in Neon Genesis episode 1. When he's in the car with Misato in episode 1, he is this he's sort of making fun of her. He's saying like, "Oh, you're a bit of a grimy lady, huh?" He's being sarcastic and snide. He's got this like real back and forth with her. He's genuinely like has more personality. He's allowed to be funny and allowed to be a little cheeky, a little bit of a brat, a little bit of a bastard, And I love that about him. And in 1.0, they erase that completely. Super self-serious, almost all the time. It actually almost makes you remember the character incorrectly in some ways. Like that he is capable of being the Shinji mug, from that episode. What was it? Like episode 16. Was that the Shinji mug one? I think that might have been. There's a real like characterization that is missing in 1.0. 3.0 has probably the most competent directing, but is flaccid as a film, and is also contradicts this movie, like I said, in some ways. So one of the things that it ends up being an inconsistency between 3.0 and 3.0 plus 1.0 is this part where the characters of the bridge crew, I'm going to try to find it, they're talking about how they feel about Shinji as a person. And in like 3.0, you had Makoto death glare Shinji, and he's just like, everyone's like, it's all Shinji's fault, fuck him. And then in this movie, they debate about whether or not Shinji's actually at fault, because like it's this scene. And Makoto comes in feeling, I'm trying to just not actually play it so that we can get screenshots, but Makoto comes in and defends Shinji's honor, basically being like, he didn't actually do anything wrong, pink-haired girl. And he's one of the people that death glared him in 3.0 when no one was willing to communicate with Shinji, and everyone was like, Shinji destroyed the world, it's all his fault. And now there's like debate about from the bridge crew. It's like 50% of them think that Shinji had something to do with it, and it's not even really clear. Can someone explain this to me? Because I've rewatched this movie so many times. Anybody, can you explain to me in 3.0 plus 1.0, how Shinji is at all at fault for what ends up happening. Because I know there's that, like, origin story with pink hair girl, how she got pink hair, and I saw that. How does she reckon that would happen in 3.0 Shinji's fault? Where's the evidence for this? Why does anyone think that anything Shinji did is destroyed the world or was the cause of it? Because he was unconscious. Am I mistaken for this? Like, he was just... my bro Shinji was not even awake. Anybody in chat? I don't know if I'm lagging behind or something. I thought it was nerve propaganda that it was Shinji's fault. Where do we see that? I'm just like, I would totally love to hear about that in the film, if that was in the film. I mean, oh, did I co-write a show called Evil Empire? I was brought in as a script doctor to clean up some of the translated dialogue for that show. I got a co-writing credit, but, like, it was not any story beats that I came up with. That was a really fun project to work on, though, just from, like, trying to clean up some of the dialogue, and some of the dialogue ended up getting reverted back as well to a kind of translated variation, but that's okay. Things don't work out. It's not his fault. It's that letting him pilot Ava again could cause it to happen again. Cause what to happen again? Cause what to happen again? What did piloting Ava cause? Can someone please clarify, what did piloting Ava in 2.0 actually cause? Because I know that Kaworu comes down and stops it with the spear of Cassius. It was just an impact? So, like, everyone's mad at him for almost having caused an impact that he didn't deliberately, that they don't know that he tried to cause, that just happened for someone who doesn't know the mechanics, and it didn't even actually cause it? Is that right? Because, like, from what I understand in this movie, is that Kaworu was the one that caused the destruction of the Earth. Like, Kaworu was somehow comes in and becomes, like, somehow, like, chief of nerve or something, and it's this part over here. And then, like, he becomes friends with Kaji, and then causes impact, and then Kaji flies his helicopter into his anus and stops the impact. Is that, like, not what happened? I'm just clarifying the plot beats here. So, like, Kaworu right now is causing the destruction of the Earth with the failures of Infinity, and Kaji's going to stop that by flying his helicopter into it. But how is he the firing gun? He didn't have anything to do with this. He didn't have anything to do with 3.0's world, like, manifesting. He was unconscious. So I'm like, he says he didn't care about the world as a result of piloting, though. So people won't communicate with Shinji what happened at the beginning of 3.0. What's the motivation for that? Because, like, from what I understand, there's no reason for Misato and the rest of the crew in 3.0 to be tight-lipped about literally anything, and the characters are just refusing to communicate. Meanwhile, Shinji is being like treated with hostility over something that he didn't know would actually happen. Even if we hear him saying he doesn't care about what happens to the world, he's going to save Rei. That's us hearing it. That's not Misato hearing it. That's not anyone around. I mean, nobody can like hear what he's saying. Like, diegetically speaking, the cut of the movie doesn't communicate that literally anyone is listening. And even then, he still didn't actually cause the end of the world. So he was like willing to save Rei, but didn't actually do anything. And so he was sealed away after being unconscious. And then Kaworu comes in because he's not there to stop what Kaworu is about to do. So he's not there. And then Kaworu causes the end of the world. And then we hate Shinji for being unconscious for saving someone? Is that right? How does this make sense? I did see the prequel OVA that they released years later, sort of showcasing the pink-haired girl's backstory. Yeah, so I'm saying I think that the character, everyone hates him for piloting Eva, and that's the whole point of the show. Does everyone hate Shinji for piloting Eva, or does Shinji hate himself? Because that's like what I'm gathering. It's like, I don't think the other characters hate Shinji so much as Shinji hates himself. I think the whole point of Eva is about every character wants external validation but needs internal validation. Like, to love other people, you have to love yourself. To be a cog in the machine, you have to be a finely tuned gear in your own right. The individual is an important part of functioning as a collective. That's what Eva's about. That's what Neon Genesis is about anyway. The rebuild is about how Zen Buddhist ideals will help save you, but like isn't actually about Zen Buddhism for like 3/4 of itself. So it's kind of like a really last second thesis. Not sure much thought was put into why they were so tight-lipped. Yeah. So is it just meta then that people are mad with him? It's like that. I mean, ideally, you'd want the whole film quadrilogy, because you understood that there would be 4 movies, to amount to something thematically that would lend itself something new. But it is really like improvisational slam poetry. In their heads over the years, because Shinji was more of a feasible scapegoat than Kaworu, who didn't even know. I think that's like, yeah, sure, that could be an explanation, but also the movie should, logically, if it's going to be a story, try and explain that and justify it. The thing is that, like, why would they know he is? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, even if he was responsible, why would they know he is? It is a retconning. It is what we call a retcon and plot contrivance. Yes, I think that there is a lot of retconning happening. The story here is ironically more inconsistent than with a series that was written like in some weeks' time, probably because they were all in the same headspace in a shorter amount of time for Neon Genesis. But even though Neon Genesis didn't have a plan, quote unquote, it ended up actually amounting to something that was like cohesive at the end of the day. It is sort of a miracle that it ended up working out that way, but a testament to how like great the all the writers work collaboratively. In this case, what I'm understanding here is that, like, we 3.0, the characters, at least in my opinion, blame Shinji, and it's not justified. And then 3.0 plus 1.0 retcons it so that 50-50, people feel 50-50 about it. And it's inconsistent with the movie that just came prior. Like, characters just changed on a dime between those movies. And if you want to read it as a metafiction, again, like I said when we were talking about Hideaki Anno, this is not Hideaki Anno's life. Like Village 3, he never lived this. He's never been a farmer. He might have done some like voluntary rice farming for the movie to learn about it, but he doesn't believe. I mean, he doesn't have children. He's not. He's basically citing natalism and like a life that he has never lived, and is idealizing that life to other people in a way that is like genuinely inauthentic in this movie. The pregnant cats again. Babies. We have like isn't this child amazing? Kind of crazy for a man without kids to be like painting an idea of life that is like one that he has never lived. So I think as a meta fiction about like Hideaki Anno, it is very strange. And there's this idea of Zen Buddhism, live in the moment. And that is what 3.0 plus 1.0 is about. This is the prescription to the problem that is presented in Neon Genesis, where it's like, if you don't love yourself, what do? And for Neon Genesis, a lot of that was about like, you do internal introspection. You examine why that is. You confront yourself with it. That's why Third Impact is the way that it is, where it is voices questioning things. It's like you trying to work out situations in your head and really grapple with those thoughts. It's like, why do I hate myself? Do I do anything bad? Why do I do those things that are bad? I'm doing it to please others. Why am I pleasing others? This is the kind of like prescription to happiness that Neon Genesis ascribes. Whereas 3.0 plus 1.0, we have Shinji, who is super depressed after having seen Kaworu head explosion. And he goes through Village 3 and kind of like everyone is very nice to him. And even Rei, who is told in a scene that I hate, by the way, where Asuka says like, you were mind controlled by Nerve, like influenced by them to have these feelings for Shinji. That's in this scene. Yeah. They shaped her into liking Shinji. And she goes, I don't care, I still like him because I live in the moment. She doesn't like ruminate about the why. She goes with the flow of the feelings in the now. And that is in large part the theme that makes this stand apart from 3.0 plus 1. Or from Neon Genesis. It's this idea of like, we live in the moment. We don't care about them past. That's in the past, homies. The everything is kind of about things are you should not be influenced by the things in the past. You deal with what is in the now. And that's why Shinji confronts his father the way that he does, because like him and Gendo, when they have the final scene together, he's like, I want to know about you, Dad. I want to know about you. Let's talk. And everything. And Gendo tells him his tragic backstory on how Mari played hooky with him and set him up with Yui. And then Yui left, and like he had no self-worth because of it. And it's this kind of crazy idea that like, I mean, I don't love that perspective of the people who are plagued by the past are the people that are the villains that have the most problems, right? Like Misato is plagued by the past. She's like thinking about Kaji and like how he's dead and blaming Shinji for it. And Gendo is really obsessed with Yui and like he's in the past. But my boy Shinji, he sees somebody in the present that needs like a helping hand. And so we speedrun the characters dealing with their past and everything and letting it go. We let go of the past. We let go of this world. And we enter the new one, the Neon Genesis, the new world. It's not redoing, right? It's rewriting, which is a difference. And so the whole theme about like how we have to live in the moment is a Zen Buddhist idea. It is the backbone of a lot of like meditative practices, and there's something good. There are good elements to that, of course. As a prescription for happiness, I'm not entirely like in agreement that it is a good prescription, because like Rei, right? Like Shinji's like, I couldn't come up with a name for you. You're just Rei, and she dresses up like her old self and doesn't care because Rei is Rei. Rei is just Rei in the moment, and it doesn't matter what she was or what she could be. And in some ways, that's like really weird and depressing. And like I find this ideology taken to its extreme in this way of like infinite presence to be somewhat problematic. Like grappling with things in the past is important because we learn from those things. That's why we like think about things that embarrass us or are painful or are hard. It's part of the reason why we deal with trauma the way that we do is because we want to avoid those types of things in the future. They're lessons to be taken. To live in a ostentatious now is like it's as problematic as being plagued by the past. There's just a balance to life, like a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Mindfulness is wonderful and great, but you can take it to an extreme. And I think your abusive father that neglected you, abandoned you, and also destroyed the world, getting like an examination of himself, and then having been rewarded with celestial sex with his wife that he like, this stuff over here. It's like, this is Gendo's happy ending, and this mofo don't deserve it. Some people don't deserve like, happy or good endings in this way. Some characters don't. Gendo Rebuild absolutely does not. Even less than Neon Genesis. He like absolutely put the entire world and everyone's life on the line and succeeded. It wasn't even just an attempt. He like is the cause of people having been annihilated. And I think it's a little demented. I think there's like there's this thing that I was saying. It's like on Ava Monkey's podcast where I had an abusive dad, and I think that you can absolutely forgive an abuser while also not allowing them to get away with it. You can forgive it in your heart that it happened, but you don't have to tolerate an abusive person remaining in your life. And you don't have to tolerate them, they should have justice brought upon them for that kind of thing. And, like, I just don't see how this is a great place for the ideology of this movie to go into. Well, isn't that also just meta bullshit because Anno's supposed to have reconciliation with his dad? We discussed this earlier, but Shinji is not a representation of Hideaki Anno. And even in the behind the scenes of this movie, Hideaki Anno said that he was more interested in Gendo and sees himself as Gendo. So Hideaki Anno actually relates to Gendo more than Shinji. As a metafiction, I don't know if that's like accurate, because we can't, if we're taking the meta of what the author says about it, then no, that's wrong. We're assuming because Hideaki Anno had an abusive dad that's actually true, which Hideaki Anno had a dad who was a miner, I believe, like a miner, like somebody who digs and shit. And he lost his leg in a mining accident, and uh, it caused him to lash out and beat Anno. But Anno, when making Neon Genesis, based Toji off of his father. To me, that tells me that he didn't have, like, completely negative feelings about the corporal punishment that he was put through. At least, I don't know if it was to the degree that, like, people say. Abuse is a hard thing to quantify. I can't speak for him, right? But just what he has said about his father, I don't know if he sees it that way, or if he sees him as such a negative figure in his life, that this is about him reconciling with him. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be, right? Like, people were saying Miyoko Anno represented Mari, and she doesn't. So, and I believe Anno, then he says that she doesn't, you know? She is suspiciously a little bit like Miyoko Anno, but... And, you know, Anno filmed himself running off at the end, just like, you know, running off in the train station of his hometown in the same way as like, her. But he says that, like, Mari is absolutely not a representation of his wife. And maybe this is because people got weird fetishy ideas about what that means. It could just be deflection. But, like, when Hideaki Anno says, like, Mari is here to disrupt Eva, she represents change, and so is the spirit of change. And I think that's what it's supposed to be from, like, a symbolism perspective, is just this broad concept of, like, of disruption and change. Because, like, Eva was also about cycles, right? So, and Rebuild itself, in a way, is has more cycles and stuff. And so she's the disruption, she's the change, she's the break from the cycle. And that's what it's kind of supposed to be. I love the way you analyze it. It always feels so satisfying, the way you meticulously put words together. Thank you so much, Vortex of Flames. I appreciate that. Mari also represents millions of dollar figurine signs. Yeah, I mean, like, she's another waifu. But yeah, it's Tsurumaki who designed her, right? So any kind of, like, overlap with Miyoko Anno that exists is kind of, like, arbitrary. I've already said that as a metafiction about Evangelion, like, itself, it's a failure to me, because this idea of, like, oh, Ava's been plaguing me, it's a plague, is, like, totally BS, because Tsurumaki was totally willing to just finish up this movie for him, like, years ago. This is a complete pride project for Anno. It is both simultaneously, he both feels trapped and also too prideful to let it go. Ironically, a movie about letting go of the past, he was not able to let go of the past and allow someone else to take over Evangelion for the finale. I think that says so much. You know what I mean? Like, it's an utter catastrophe as, like, a meta narrative, because like Hideaki Anno did not walk the walk. He did finish it, but even, like, you know, it's like, great, you finished it, cool, like, this thing that absolutely you didn't have to, that you entrapped yourself to, and he's like, I'm free of something that I shackled myself to arbitrarily for no reason. And it's like, bro, you didn't need to do this. You're doing it to yourself. So it's like, great, he's free of something that he never had to even do in the first place. I mean, he made Shin Godzilla. It was a smashing success. He has Academy Awards up the ass in Japan. He could do anything he wanted to do, and he still felt this obligation to arbitrarily do this thing, which, if you watch the documentary about the creation of this movie, it feels he does not want to, and also does. And now, I think that there's also a genuine mean-spiritedness in 3.0 plus 1.0, and I want your guys' take on this. But as I mentioned, there's 27 new terminology and lore and world-building things that happen in this movie, and that itself is ridiculous, like all the new terms that are just dropped out of the blue. And like Hideaki Anno says, he's just like in the documentary that he dislikes uh or he doesn't care anymore about the fans that like obsess over Ava and watch it over and over again. Like he cared about them, he was concerned for them, and now he doesn't care. It's great if you got something positive out of it, but he also is just like, I don't give a shit about these people. And he kind of treats it like the people who were changed for the better by Neon Genesis are foolish to care about what happens in the rebuild in some ways. Like, it's like you care too much and everything. And so when I see all these terms and stuff like Evangelion Imaginary get dropped, where they talk about this, it's just like the Ava that lives in your mind, and the failures of infinity, walking slowly, trudging across the world of Evangelion, right? This idea of like these fans are obsessed, and like it's all bullshit. Like he's basically saying, like, if you care about this, if you care about plot consistency, character consistency, terminology, lore, world building, you're a fool, and you're playing into the like everything about this, and you need to. It's like he kind of has Shinji go out into the real world and run off into the sunset in reality, but this idea of like that, like I'm still going to merchandise off of you. I'm still going to profit off of you, which he's literally doing. This is literally his actions, right? It's like, I'm still going to do all these things and prey upon you fools that care about this thing. But I think it's foolish. It's all imaginary. It's all just in your head. And like the real world is so much more valuable than this fictional reality that like you keep delving into. It's very easy to read it that way. And I wonder what you guys think about this. Is Anno cynical? Is he trying to like say that he doesn't give a shit about you? Envoy Kino, yes. Alejandro R, dare I say all Ava lore has been like this? Recoil from Anno. I don't know if Ava lore has really been like this, because Ava lore is mostly in Neon Genesis is self-consistent and has like 1/5, 1/10 of the terminology that even this movie alone throws around like crazy. It's just like bringing up like a ton of different like terms just for the fun of it. It's like proper noun, proper noun, proper noun, proper noun, proper noun, and it's doing it almost deliberately to like bait you. It feels like bait. It feels like a mockery of like the people that really care about the lore and like want to know the ins and outs of things. If Anno truly believes what he's preaching, he would have gone full Bill Watterson and stopped producing Ava merchandise once he gained full ownership of the franchise. 100%. 100%. But I think that I think he thinks that we're fools. I really do. I mean, like the way that he this movie talks about Ava imaginary, it's the Ava that exists in your mind. It's like the way that he represents the symbolism of the droves of like mindless zombies across the earth. Like this kind of like thing is, I feel like it's discussing the fan base, and then those people turn into real people who re-enter the world and then like adopt his like natalistic ideas and mindfulness and stuff like that, and just like exist in the world. They're liberated, but the people that are enslaved to the Ava franchise are just like, you should say bye bye Evangelion and not think about it anymore. It's like you should exist in the world. Again, hypocritical considering that Hideaki Anno is playing with his like toys as an adult, right? Like Shin Kamen Rider and like Shin Ultraman. This is what I find to be like horrible about the meta narrative, right? Is like he does not practice what he preaches. Hayao Miyazaki does actually do that. Boy and the Heron is like this movie if it was good. Why is he less icky with these characters instead of OG Ava? Um, I think that the sexualization of the rebuild is a serious problem. Like, we have people who are, they've given you an excuse where it's like Asuka's actually 28. In general, I think the anime community, as I've gotten older and everything, I do think the anime community has a problem with the sexualization of children and minors. I'm kind of like on that page at this point, and the sexualization of like Asuka in this movie is insulting. Her character is insulting. I just want to talk about, let's talk about Asuka real fast. Let's talk about Asuka, right? By the way, I know that everything about Hideaki Anno I've been saying has just been because I'm like a huge movie nerd geek and like research him for, you know, for the heck of it. He was somebody who I admired a lot in the past and was a hero of mine. I could be mistaken about like a number of things factually, so just please take that with a grain of salt. That like when I'm kind of speaking off the hip, this is what I know, having been like immersed in this world and his fan, you know, a fan of his for years. But like I'm also, I don't have the quotes directly in front of me, so like if I'm speaking off the hip, if I'm paraphrasing, if I'm misrepresenting, that's very possible. So I just want to put that out there as far as like everything goes about Hideaki Anno. But like, I don't believe I am. I wouldn't say it if I believed that. So I'm just putting it out there as a disclaimer that like I would love to eventually make a video where everything is sourced and I have as close to the truth as possible there. But this is an off the cuff discussion. I just want to discuss my current feelings and like if there's any responses that I should take into account. So this scene with Asuka's character is horrible in this movie. She is a character that has been obsessed with a boy that she knew for 3 weeks, a month in 2.0. And she has been emotionally affected by this childish relationship. And she's almost 30. She is a 28-year-old woman, right? And she is like plagued by the potential what if of it. And as a meta, right, you know, Shinji basically does get with Asuka at the end. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the Asuka shippers won in Neon Genesis, which, you know, I like to think that they're just like friends, right? But like I also do think that they would be good for each other once they resolve their problems, right? That they would be a good couple. Definitely more than Mari, right? Oscar shippers for the win over that. Over Mari. But the thing is that Asuka now is looking at it without the meta. She is a character that is incredibly childish, incredibly immature. Somebody that should be a general, you know, like a serious character to contend with, and instead she's characterized as petulant as always, as like, you know, crazy obsessed with this kid, and like she should want nothing to do with him. She should have moved on forever ago. Instead you have scenes like the force feeding in the movie, which is just really strange. And in this scene, she doesn't even have anything to say to him, you know, like Shinji is just like lecturing her, right? Oh god, I'm playing it. I shouldn't play it. Oh god, I'm gonna get hit with copyright. But like, it's Shinji's just talking at her, and she has nothing to say in response to anything that he says. And he was like, "Yeah, we weren't good for each other, but you know, like, I'm glad that you liked me and stuff. Anyway, bye." And like, she has no response to him about the fact that he himself right now is kind of like being condescending in this way. It's a I mean, he's kind of right also that like she has no reason to really be as into him as she is. Like, I definitely think it's like a fucking strange relationship. I need to see the subtitles again for this scene. I liked you too. I'm gonna get copyrighted. Whatever. Goodbye, Asuka. Give my regards to Kensuke. That's it. Oh my goodness. I'm glad I could see you again. I wanted to say something to you. Thanks for saying you liked me. I liked you too. Blushes at this fucking child telling this 28-year-old woman that he liked her. She blushes and turns and it's like, this is so childish. Like, everything about this is so incredibly, like, juvenile. And, like, she has nothing to say, like, about this. No, not a single iota of a word. He goes, glad you told me you liked me. I like you too. Goodbye. Have fun with Kensuke. Like, the sexualization of this character through this moment where she's supposed to symbolically having grown up, right? She's like, her body has returned to being a 28-year-old body. That's the idea, is that she's an adult now. It's crazy to think that, like, this Asuka is more mature for having blushed and not said anything and not communicated her feelings about anything here, and just kind of, like, was moe. It's a disturbing, like, recontextualization of End of Evangelion, because End of Evangelion, a lot of people kind of neglect Asuka's point of view of the last scene, but she strokes Shinji's cheek in the same way that his mother did. And the idea there is that, like, Asuka is emotionally connecting to him in this way, like, authentically, and she's never been able to sympathize with someone. Not only is she sympathizing with a person that is attacking her, like, currently, but she is, like, getting out of herself to think about what it's like in his shoes and kind of be like somebody that connects with him in the same way that his mother does, like to truly be there for him, because Eva Unit 1 was there for Shinji the entire time in Neon Genesis. And so when Asuka makes the same stroke, she's, in a way, making it clear that she's, like, trying to be there for Shinji in this moment of pain. And that in itself completes her character arc. Because, like, she needed her mother, like, an indication that her mother cared about her and was there for her. Because she was so, like, caught up and entangled with this idea that her mother didn't care at all. And so learning that her mother actually was there for her in her own way the entire time, was able to finally, like, kind of realize how good that is and be there for someone else in their time of need, right? Being there for others is important, especially in these kinds of moments. Which is just a small thing. It's nonverbal, and it communicates that way more intensely and way more authentically and with more nuance than the entirety of Village 3. And, like, you're telling me that this scene about a character who stops their violent impulses, who is a character that was masturbatory and finally is able to, like, restrain himself, and, like, a character who was so into herself, like, and her own problems, that she was not able to be there emotionally for anyone else, and finally is able to, like, sympathize with another person's pain. And, like, that is what you're saying. Like, we're retooling that scene here for this, for a 28-year-old woman who's been lusting after a 14-year-old that she knew for a month, may or may not be because of mind control, because of nerve, and she's still into the mind control game a little bit, but, like, she's now blushing when a 14-year-old confesses that he likes her. Like, looking at this from a character perspective and just removing yourself from the meta, the wow factor of this being a retooling of EOE in the first place, and being like, oh my god, isn't it so cool how, like, they're so like positive now. They've learned so much since Neon Genesis. It's crazy to retool a scene with the finality of those character arcs, like, exemplified in the most visual way imaginable, to then be like co-opted and bastardized in this shallow muck of a movie, like with this scene with these characters. These versions of these characters are ridiculous. This is ridiculous. If you don't see it as just wow for the meta of that the characters from Neon Genesis have a happy ending, if that's all you get from this movie, is that the characters in Neon Genesis that you followed the whole time get a happy ending, and you're glad that things have changed from the trauma of EOE to this, it's like, wow, that's great, cool, good for you. But like the actual character writing and the meta of it are neither of them are impressive. This scene is horrible, a terrible scene. It's and that's not even to speak of like Kaworu over here. It's like this is ooh. So Kaworu in the original series, he's a one episode character, but he leaves a massive impact on the community. And it's not just because of the yaoi shippers and everything like that. It's also the fact that there is subtext to him as a character, right? He's the lapdog of Zila. He is somebody that is almost suicidal in some ways. Like he sees himself as like exposable and dispensable to the objectives of Sealy and everything like that, and will put their desires first in some ways to destroy humanity and whatnot. And like he ends up kind of breaking free from that constraint through his connection to Shinji to value like humanity more, and allows him to make the decision on whether or not like the human race can still have salvation. Meanwhile, Shinji is going through this like horrible trauma of losing all of his friends and connections, and becomes super emotionally vulnerable. And Kaworu is basically the Yui Ikari of Shinji in some ways, because like Yui is not a healthy presence for Gendo, because Gendo didn't love himself when he encountered someone like Yui. So when Yui gave him love seemingly out of nowhere, he ended up becoming attached. Like it's a one-sided relationship. It's absolutely this almost parasocial kind of thing. And Shinji himself also is at risk of this toxic parasocial relationship, just being told that he's liked by someone, like literally anyone. And so Kaworu and Shinji's dynamic is so much more emotionally planted, whereas in 3.0 it's very sudden. It's just like, Shinji, it's the end of the world, you're at fault, and here's this and now we're just going to chuck you to Piano Kid, right? Or he escapes with Rei to Piano Kid. And Kaworu's character is there to not only like synchronize, like that's how they repurpose, right? It's like we're in sync and everything, and he wants him to break through the L barrier or whatever it is, the Maya cubes that is like sealing terminal dogma and whatnot with him. So he's getting him to play the piano for the purpose of breaking through this barrier so that they can pull the spears, which is something Gendo wants him to do. So he's listening to Gendo. And there is implication here that, like, Kaworu is now a clone of Gendo. I that seems to be the theory that is, like, predominant. It's, of course, not confirmed, but with him calling him father in 2.0, with Gendo having been revealed to have played the piano in his backstory arbitrarily for no reason. They just put it in, like Anno's like, Gendo plays piano now. And the idea that connects with Kaworu in some sort of way. And him with Rei, who is a clone of Yui at the end, in that final scene. It seems to be that we're trying to retool Kaworu into being a proxy for Gendo. Very, very strange. So, the character ceases to have like a function that I think is the same as the context for Neon Genesis, and certainly not planted as much. Uh, and it's also just like Kaworu is there to blame Shinji too, and double down and spread this false information that he was probably given from to by Gendo or Fuyutsuki, that like, yeah, Shinji destroyed the world when it was himself who did it the whole time. And like Kaworu is now some Homura Akemi ripoff, which I remember being like in an older video of mine, ain't no way Anno's gonna do that when like that's derivative of like one of the most famous post Eva shows, Madoka Magica, which I've watched, rewatched since, and I think Madoka also has serious flaws with the character writing, but like it is very good at unfolding plot and world to be able to like engage the audience in a way that it's like revealing one thing to another. It's a very entertaining show. Homura's backstory is still good, and Homura's character is still good. I really like her. The characters that I'm like iffy on are like Sayaka and Kyoko and stuff. But the point is that like Madoka is like a very decade defining show, like of the 2010s. And so and I know Anno's seen it because he's commented on Cube. So to retool Kaworu to be like a Homura Akemi clone, functionally in the narrative, and also be like some weird quasi like father figure now, like that parallels Gendo. It just doesn't have the same kind of like flavor. It doesn't speak to the emotional desperation as much, or the setup for that. And both characters are weaker as a result of their relationship. And so Shinji goes here and he's just like, by the way, like no homo and stuff, and here's some like lore about like how you were best friends with Kaji, which is a total nonsensical retcon and it doesn't make any sense apart from just that Kaworu stood in the watermelon patch one time in 3.0. And so like Anno was like, well, I have to have a connection arbitrarily to Kaji for no reason. And then that explains why Kaji flew a helicopter into Kaworu's Asmar and like stopped the impact. This is oh, it's incredibly exaggerating for Gib Jones. Okay. The reason why Shinji pulls to Spirit is due to his emotional bias. He's basically escaping from a painful new world. Like, yeah, I agree that that's why Shinji does that. Yeah. Well, he's responding to Dylan G. Okay. Gotcha. Rebellion's not a banger movie. Rebellion makes no sense. Madoka Rebellion. I've also rewatched that recently. It's really bad. It's a visual mess, and it has a lot of exposition, and Homura's character makes no sense because like Homura's arc is fulfilled when she steps aside and lets Madoka have the agency to basically make the decision. And it also relies on Homura doing one of the stupidest things in Madoka, which is just telling Kyubey about everything. It's like the character that you'd want to know about everything is Kyubey, I guess. Really dumb. I don't know why she did that. Scene 3.0 makes sense. Shinji only wants to pull his spears because Kaworu told him to, but Shin ignores him for that reason. Yeah, I mean, Kaworu said that you can get forgiveness for something that apparently he didn't do. So that's really weird. Just reading through comments. I always thought Asuka caressed Shinji at the end of EOE to calm him down so that he wouldn't kill her. Yeah, that's true. It also just like echoes the visual image of Yui stroking his cheek, because the directing is trying to connect those two moments. All right. Doritos product placement in 1.0, yeah. 1.0 has some really gross product placement. Like, it's ridiculous that Shinji opens a refrigerator and there's Doritos inside the refrigerator. Like, Misato keeps Doritos inside her fridge. That's so dumb. So dumb. It's like... All right, I'm going to talk about some of the execution of 3.0 plus 1.0 because there's also some just like really bad writing in this movie in general. So structurally, we have this movie existing as a Joe Hakyu. It is effectively a Joe, which is a longer first act, leading up to a shorter second act, leading up to a shorter third act. Right, so I'd say Act 2 probably ends, or Act 1 ends basically when Shinji enters the Wunder, about an hour in. And then Act 2 probably ends around an hour 40 when Shinji pilots Eva again. And then everything else from there is like the Q part. The last 30 minutes or so. So it's like around like an hour to then 40 minutes to then about 30 minutes. And that's sort of the structure of the movie. But like the thing is that the second act doesn't forward much of the character at all. It is dedicated a lot to nonsensical action that has some of the worst like action sequences I've ever seen. So like this part with the Wunder and Gendo's Nega Wunder, the evil Wunder, the Shadow the Hedgehog of Wunders. The Wunder itself is a terrible design. The Nega Wunder is a terrible design. And their fighting is like flaccid and unimpactful and like nonsensical. It's just like we don't know really what the stakes are of the battle, other than I guess like Village 3 will be destroyed if Gendo wins. And like we don't know like what any kind of impact is of something. So like if Nega Wunder fires a laser at the Wunder, how damaged is it? We don't really get a sense for that. We don't get a sense for when the Wunder bitch slaps the Nega Wunder, what happened to it or where it's going, because literally the Wunder slaps the Nega Wunder. And like the action of the flying and the piloting is so like, here's the thing. We know what like a missile does to a ship. We don't know what these super space lasers do to these ones. And so it's like you're like watching it and you're like, I don't get who's in danger, how much is in danger, what's going on. The characters are, I mean, they're saying it out loud, but visually, like, no, you don't. And it's not exciting. It's really quite bad. And then there's this part over here with like, we're gonna fight a million horrible looking CGI anti-spirals from Gurren Lagann. You know, as I guess our replacement for the Ava series is these like skeletal Ava unit zeros. Mark 9 or 10 or something. That's what they're called. And we're supposed to believe that Gendo and Fuyutsuki just have a ton of time to make a whole army of random ass Ava units. So much so that there's literally like 1 million, if not more, that they go into like a part. It's so weird. And then this like action is just not fun. It's very lame choreography. Are we supposed to think this is like exciting, like at all? It's visual noise, gobbledygook. It's so boring. And like, then Asuka comes over here and she's like, Ava Unit 2 is afraid of Mark 13, which is if Ava Unit that Unit 2 already fought and basically whooped ass about in 3.0. So is this a retcon? Is this a retcon? Why is Ava Unit 2 afraid of Mark 13. So AV Unit 2 is afraid of Mark 13 for reasons. And, I mean, it is capable of generating an anti-AT field in the lore. Like, I get that. But then also Asuka goes God mode and then is immediately crushed and curb stomped by Ava Mark 13, just like anti-AT fielding, like the plug, the entry plug out of the unit and throwing it away. It's so underwhelming. You have this like Super Saiyan version of Asuka that you expect will actually do something. And, like, it's kind of a fire design in some ways, but it actually doesn't do anything and immediately gets, like, stamped out. So this is just for, like, a figurine, I guess. But we have this here, and, like, AV Unit 2 is afraid of it because of reasons, even though it already fought it. And it like, pulls out the core, like, the entry plug. Dumb. Weird. All right. Nonsensical fighting. And then we get some nonsense drama, too. So Misato doesn't make sense to me, right? Because she's like, I also blame Shinji and hate Shinji and stuff for things that he didn't actually do. And in a weird, indirect way, he might have been caused Kaji's death. And then we have, like, Kaji Jr. brought up as a character for one iota of a scene with no, like, reconciliation or attachment to him. And she just, like, it's just a prop to get her to be like, I'm looking at a picture of Kaji Jr. and Shinji. He's, in a way, he's like a son to me when I think about it. Shinji, that is. And it's like, that's the whole beat. That's the whole reason Kaji Jr. exists. There's no real reconciliation with this character that they added. Or, like, characterization at all. Just a total prop. And like, Misato goes from being a character that is like, I literally would explode Shinji's neck. I would literally kill him, all right? And I hate him, like, in this weird way where she's not able to communicate one iota of a fraction of why she's upset with Shinji in 3.0. Just nothing. No communication. Total cold sterility. She is basically Gendo. And she's willing to murder Shinji. And then she goes to looking at a photo of him and being like, you know what? I think he should get in the AV unit. You know what? I think he should. Why don't we give the lad a chance? And it's just like the cause and effect of character arcs and actions are so rushed and like they're really bad. They're really bad. It's, you know, to have a good version of this movie is actually very simple, right? Which is, it's just simply showing and not telling, like, a lot of this stuff. So, Shinji's on board the Wunder, and, like, if she let Shinji out of his cage and whatever, and this caused, like, the mutiny to begin to happen, the seeds of the mutiny, right? Where she's got Shinji trapped, and she's like, no, we made a mistake. He almost destroyed the world because of like us not communicating and being the way that he is. So we're gonna not do the same stuff. All right, we're gonna try it differently. And she lets him out, and he just wanders around. And he starts to connect with the bridge crew. Some of the bridge crew, and some of them don't. And she herself sees that he's working hard to be a part of the crew and everything, and is like, maybe I'm the bad guy, you know, and everything. And so by just like simply her actually seeing what kind of person he really is, and not this guy she built up in her mind with hate and everything. This is just one example, right? But like, there's so many solutions to writing this in a more organic way, where it's like more about the character actions and observing the characters and everything. And it would totally work. So I mean, that's another thing, right? It's like Shinji in Village 3, his character completely changes as well. And it's through, like, off-screen getting in touch with fishing. You have a doctor right there in the form of, like, Toji. The obvious thing to do is have Shinji, like, be a doctor's assistant, take care of people, see what taking care of people does, You know, this reinforces those mindfulness and those caring about other themes, where you would have like Shinji directly responsible for helping someone get off their feet or giving birth to someone, or like, you know, all these kinds of like opportunities to have Shinji go from like depressed and alone on a pier to him starting to wake the fuck up after Rei's kindness, to then him being someone that actually participates in helping people, to then, and so that we see that transformation of where he sees the good that he's able to cause by doing it, and then like would be able to be the person that can talk to Gendo and like forgive him and like speed run all the character arcs at the end. Like, if you wanted to do this insane idea, you know, there are so many better ways than just handing Shinji a fishing pole and imply that he fished off screen, and then have like Rei explode in front of him. All right, so Rei exploding in front of him is the final nail in the coffin for Shinji to take action. I'm fine with that. We can kill Rei, all right? But like the how we get to somewhere is what I care about most of the time. I don't care about theoretical plot beats, right? Like, I care about actually the journey. And so you have to show the journey of Shinji becoming someone who is willing to connect to Misato, who he should hate, and connect to Gendo, who he should hate, and like being someone who sees the benefit of empathizing with other people first, with trying to heal others instead of waiting for people to heal him. If we want to do this character arc, we can do it, but we have to do it in a way that actually demonstrates that. But instead, this is rushing through everything and taking things for granted. You know? It's just like, it's not effective emotionally. Shinji's character is like deeply ineffective. You know, and I've heard people say it's like Hideaki Anno matured as a storyteller. Ridiculous. I mean, this is, again, even the fact that, like, auteur theory is kind of nonsense anyway. He delegated Shinji's character arc to Megumi Ogata, supposedly, where he asked Megumi Ogata, like, where do you think Shinji's character would go? And she said, you know, maybe you should do this. And then he's like, yeah, I'll do that. Wow. Great. Cool. I'll do that. And it's sort of ridiculous to take actors' opinions about characters, because of course actors want happy endings for your characters and everything, and run with that. That's allegedly what happened. Could be wrong, but that's allegedly what I've heard. The village part is way too wholesome because, like, again, it all exemplifies, people say that it's metafiction for Studio Ghibli and how Anno was depressed after making 3.0 because people didn't like it. And so he goes to Studio Ghibli and is, like, healed by the experience. That's the thing, is that not everyone has the luxury of going to a holiday sweepstakes giveaway at Studio Ghibli, the Skywalker Ranch, to relax for the weekend. Like, that's... See, it's like Anno is so... He's coming from a place of privilege, and he's coming from a place of wealth. And, like, his perspective on happiness is completely... And the way that the world treats people is entirely, like, classist. So... Ghibli equals hard farm labor. Yeah, I mean, like, it's the aesthetics of Ghibli, right? It's like the aesthetics of being in a Ghibli movie. Because, like, yeah, oh, I've seen Only Yesterday, and, like, oh, Isao Takahata used to be a farmer and everything. There was, like, a real authenticity to farm life in stuff like Only Yesterday or other Ghibli films that deal with it. Because, like, Hayao Miyazaki, he is a jerk, but he's also one that really gets outdoors. So, that's full-on Maoist therapy. Yeah. Only Yesterday is anti-urban propaganda, though. Very true. I'm not saying that Isao Takahata was, like, a perfect person. I'm just saying that it was still authentic about the farm experience, having grown up there. Like, I dislike my favorite Isao Takahata film is Princess Kaguya. I dislike Grave of the Fireflies quite a bit because it does come from like being cynical about an entire generation of Japanese youth. Like, Isao Takahata specifically said, like, oh, 80s youth are so out of touch and they're so cringe, and I decided I'm gonna make my main character dumb. Dumber than the book that I'm basing it off of, in Grave of the Fireflies, because that reflects what being an 80s youth would be like in the current era. Isao Takahata is far from like a man that I agree with on things, but he's still somebody that like is coming from an authentic place when portraying farm life. Winter tea, parasocial, detached, rich guy vibes. Not even the best depressed fishing anime. It's so true. Why didn't we see Kaworu dying inspire him to do something? Clearly, seeing one of his friends die should be good for him. That's a thing. Is that like when Shinji sees Rei explode, right? He's like, I have finally come to grips with my PTSD and trauma. I used to be able to throw up when at the mere sight of seeing an exploding collar, but now I see someone actually exploding collar themselves, and I'm okay. I'm like sad about it, but I'm in the moment. Like, I'm so in the moment because it's about being in the moment and just mindfulness, yo. And like, if I be in the moment enough, then like death is no big deal because like they were here and now they're not. Like, yeah, it's mindfulness is the prescription to everything. It's just like, if Shinji's gonna learn mindfulness, he should demonstrate like what mindfulness is like through him actually grappling with being present, right? That's why I'm like, he should work as a doctor, right? Helping a doctor is very immediate. It's very in the moment. It's about saving someone. It's just so much more obvious to have him go with Toji than it is with Kensuke, but whatever. By the way, these UN ships over here are massive. If you look at them in perspective and stuff, they're like literally the size of a skyscraper when they're actually supposed to be like maybe like a few meters or like 20 feet long or something like that. But now they're like 60 or 70, 80,000 or 80 feet long, 80, 90 feet long, something like that. Huge, enormous, crazy, weird. This is the part where I was talking about with the failures of Infinity walking and possibly representing the Evangelion fan base. Credit, another one of those like nonsensical lore things. The Kensuke speech, where Kensuke tells Shinji, you should either kill your father or embrace him, or whatever. Very dumb. Okay, so do we have any people in chat who are watching right now who are fans of this movie? Do we have any 3.0 plus 1.0 stans? If yes, what is your opinion about this movie? Why is it great? I want to know. What is the reason? If I had to steel man a movie, or if I had to steel man this movie, I could. And by the way, guys, this is just a movie. Like, I mean, I care because Ava means a lot to me, but like, it's also just a movie. It's like, okay, to like something and to dislike something and have different opinions ultimately doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I think. Doesn't matter like what anyone thinks. If you vibe, you vibe. If you don't, you don't. That's totally chill. I don't actually care. Like, I would never base any writing off of this at all, ever, because I think that it's like, it doesn't work. Boy and the Heron is definitely a better meta film about a director coming to grips with himself as like a flawed human being. Pharaoh's Anonymous, I already answered this question about like Anno being an auteur. We talked about this in the stream. We talked about like auteur theory, and we also talked about Kubrick. And yeah, I don't think he's an auteur. I think auteur theory is nonsense, especially in something as necessary for collaboration as film. When you start to have like tons of elements like actors in place and CG artists and storyboarders and animators, auteur theory starts to melt a little bit. I'm very much of the perspective that film is collaborative. Book authorship a little bit more, auteur-y. We could talk about that as like authorship. We could talk about like comics as auteur-y, potentially. There are definitely mediums where it's like sole creator. But yeah, Kubrick's not really one. It's mostly about like the same crew. So it's like we're a group of collective. Like Kubrick had a lot of the same crew from film to film. He's definitely an important piece of the puzzle, and the stuff that he makes elevates, but it's elevated by him being there. Likewise with great cinematographers, right? Like we were talking about the Coen brothers and Roger Deakins. Roger Deakins being a part of the Coen brothers workflow elevates the movie, without a doubt. Okay. Made me appreciate energy more. I'm looking for Jones' case on. It's cathartic for me. I can finally move on from Ava. Okay. I mean, yeah, you could move on with Ava at any point. It's like doesn't take this. Personally, I could have never had this movie released and I would have been fine. And it's cool, but I wasn't like... it would be cool, best case scenario, but like Ava did a lot for me already, so it doesn't need to like be anything resolute. Yeah, elaborate. Is it better than Erased? No, not really. What is my favorite part of this movie? Okay, I'll steel man this movie. This is like my perspective on like a steel manning of the movie, right? It's like we have to embrace the meta elements of the film, right? So it's a movie that is it's a movie about how it's important to... mindfulness is an invaluable part of the healing process with mental health. Every character exemplifies the here and the now. So that's good, at least, is that like every character has some sort of element of being plagued by the past and then having that like be a part that's resolved in by embracing the present, right? So like Misato's sacrifice when she flies into the giant ray eyeball, or like Gendo sacrificing himself for Shinji, or like Ray helping Shinji out with meal mate rice cakes. She gives him rice cakes. Every character is very nice to each other, and that's a good thing to do. It's good to be nice to each other, and so I agree with Anno thematically that like being in the here and now, it can be an important thing, and Mindfulness meditation is great. I Living in the present is good. Yeah, connecting with people, helping people is a good thing. It's important to reach out to others and to lift them up if you can. And the Village 3 sequence is pretty good. You know, like Ray's stuff, there's a lot of showing there. A lot of showing and not telling about Ray. Ray had a solid execution to what they were trying to achieve with her character. Even though she's like kind of dumb compared to how she was in Neon Genesis, like literally dumb. Like she's just a bit of a dumb person, but that's okay. You know, cute moe. We love it. Other things. Mari being symbolic of change and Shinji embracing her at the end. Cool. Mary Iscariot. Reference to the Bible. Music is pretty okay in places. We love Shirasagisu. We dig that. There are some compositions I really like, particularly in the Village 3 sequences, though I'm going to be real with you. Like, this camera angle, this angle of the high angle looking down like a surveillance camera is all over this movie. And it's like, in this shot, it's here. In this shot, it is high angles looking down at this shot. High angles looking down on this shot. It's a lot of that. And, but when it does something like this, pretty cool. That's a good shot. So it's a little cold, a little clinical for being about mindfulness. And, but like sometimes the cinematic language, it manages to hit, sometimes. This shot, Shinji's not even here, by the way, in this shot. It's just cold and clinical for no reason. There's a shot in here too that's like that too. Lot of high angles. A lot of really weird high angles. Lot of I mean, Ano said that the cinematography, that he just like circled storyboards that other people printed out in 3D. You can tell. Because like a lot of them are really wide lensed as well. So this is like a 5mm, 10mm type of lens. It's almost like fisheye. And this is the kind of lens that it defaults to in 3D programs. So, you know, when you ask your interns to print out some storyboard ideas in 3D, and you just have them place the camera places, you're going to get a lot of this kind of thing. I'm trying to steal, man. All right. We're positive number 2, the entire village sequence was nice breath of fresh air with me. Shinji is withdrawn, and now we have to follow Rei getting out of her shell and becoming integrated with others. Yeah, that was Tsuramaki's idea. Tsurumaki, I think he's a pretty cool guy, and him coming up with what Rei's character arc would be was like, was pretty much the most solid part of the movie, I think. Although it is completely characterized in a very un-Rei direction that only really correlates with 2.0 Rei. But yeah, which I thought was already a pretty sudden shift in her character. And then she dies. I think Tsurumaki would have made a pretty banger film if he was given total creative control over this movie. Movie's script, I should say. Movie's script. He's a great director as well. I'll steelman the existence of therapy sessions. Much of Shinji's flaw in 3.0 was his lack of effort in attempting to understand others. While his circumstances weren't fair, that's the point. Hey, that's a pretty good way of looking at it. Target Mannequin's Third Impact, this is an image, one of the images of all time. Here's another thing. I appreciate that this is trying to homage not only End of Evangelion, but, episode 25 and 26 with the drawings. So that's pretty cool. And it also reflects why there's a therapy session at the end of the movie, right? Because the mass therapy session is just, in this case, stylistically trying to attempt to do what End of TV did. But deliberately this time, instead of just, rolling with the punches on what production allowed for. Gosh, this was cheesy. Okay. I think I'm hella biased with the Gendo stuff because my stepdad dying at the time, so I was learning to let go of all the anger I held for over 2 decades. That's fair. I'm glad the movie could help you with that. You aren't the only person I know who's like, I had a personal father figure problem, and then this movie helped me with that. For me, I think, I've seen a few movies. I think the movie Moonlight is very good for a found father figure and grappling with that kind of father figure. So I think I resonate with that sort of thing a little more, but that's fair. Are we going to talk about the scene where Midori and Sakura try to kill Shinji? Oh, that was really funny, actually. I love that, Sakura comes out. It's one of the other, I can't remember who comes out first. They're like, I'm going to kill Shinji! And then the other one comes out. It's like, no, bitch, I'm going to kill Shinji! That was pretty funny. Let me see if I can find that scene again. Oh, the Asuka clone stuff. Ugh. She's, the thing is, again, this is 100,000% a retcon, Asuka being a clone from a narrative perspective. Because, Asuka's characterization, as would necessitate her out-surviving every single other, Asuka clone, and being the sole one would necessitate her being way more cold, way more, together and with it, and less I'm gonna cook for you in 2.0. It's this characterization, this face right now showing Asuka at the end of her training before 2.0. This is not the same character we got in 2.0. 100% a retcon. No foreshadowing. Even the doll, that you're oh, the doll, it's not good enough foreshadowing. I don't buy it. While something can be collaborative and still primarily be under the direction or filled with ideas with a singular director, the bigger a production is, the less that is likely. The bigger a film production is, the less that is the case. The clone thing is so lame because to me it's more about just like Rei and Asuka are both clones and Mari is the only individual now. So it's about like kind of lumping them in as the not real girl that Shinji should get with. Good to see you again, Goji. Just wish you'd list your old live rant about this though. It's so cathartic. Yeah, you know what? I think I didn't because it was like at the time, it was a very like guttural, like mean spirited sort of take, which I think is funny. It's just about a movie, so it doesn't really matter. But like, there was some, there was like a lot of like hoo ha or whatever, a lot of arrogant ranting and whatnot, which isn't great to do. So I regretted that and decided not to. I think this all ultimately has more points and better points than that video anyway. If you watch the live stream from the beginning. The Angela Anaconda rant. So does anyone have anything that defends plot points, like, or not really? It's like Shinji sort of being the cause of near third impact or whatever. That whole plot point is not good in my opinion. Despite having hated my father for well over a decade, I never got anything out of Gendo scenes here. In context, I guess I never tried to connect my life to Ava until more recently with NGE Asuka. Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, if the plot is given up after 2.0, then it's like, yeah. I don't know why I mean, I do know why it pretends to have a plot, but like the reason it pretends to have a plot again is sort of, I think it's like a goading mockery of the people who do care a lot about Ava. Through Evangelion Imaginary, everything about that scene seems to indicate that it's like, to me, that it's more of just like you're a fool if you care about the plot and the characters. I still want to see the version of 3.0 we never got. Yeah, that's totally... I'm there with you. I'm a CG artist and I like the creepy Ray head visuals. It's the only thing that stood out to me. I think if the movie had successful narrative, the weird direction for her face would be praised. Um, I don't know about that. Like, I mean, my gut instinct was to laugh, and I also am married to a CG artist, and they also laughed. So, it's, they thought it was funny. Because the thing is with the Ray head, right, is that it's got, like, a very 2D aesthetic to the hair, but then a 3D aesthetic to the face, and the dissonance of that makes it, like, hilarious. And its expressions are often, a lot of the times, very derpy and, like, goofy looking. So it's less unsettling and more just, like, accidentally funny. Let's see if we can bring her up over here. Yeah, see, like, the low angle with the chin, where the chin is, like, jutting forward, and we're getting straight into her nostrils and the eyeballs. It's just, like, it's really goofy with the flat 2D hair and then the kind of bumpy, like, CGI. It's not even, like, as realistic as CGI of 2021 would be able to do. From the behind the scenes, the production on the final act was rushed. I think this was, like, constructed in a few months, basically. Oh, sorry if this is too off topic, but any chance you could share your thoughts on the new Deltarune chapters? Yeah, I really liked it. Really liked chapter 4. Like, Deltarune chapter 4 was, I think where it's gonna go, and this is kind of a shame because I'm actually working on a story right now that is like more of a comic. and I hope Toby doesn't go this way, but I think that the setups for Deltarune Chapter 4 are about bringing the dead back to life using um, the dark world and everything, and sort of merging the light and the dark worlds together. And that's what the antagonists want, because it's like it's going to be about, I guess, grief in that way. Um, and we're already setting up the anticipation of death through the main characters with the prophecy, where either Susie or all of them are doomed. So I think that's like, I think it's kind of neat. I think it's pretty cool. It's a mean spirit or not. The Anaconda rant was really honest. It spoke to me. That's rare. Anyway, I hope Toby doesn't go in that direction, because I have a story planned where I'm gonna go in a similar direction with something. It's not the most original idea in the world, but it would be nice if Toby didn't take the thing that I've been working on for like 2 or 3 years. Crystal Soul is going to be given to Susie, probably. Yoko played in Warrior Stars in Time. Any kind of final thoughts about this movie before I wrap? Because I've been talking about this movie for almost as long as the movie, and if you should go back and watch the beginning if you haven't, because I really go into the taking it apart, kind of from the themes and from the meta and from the story structure and the characters. So it's this live stream actually has like a lot of that sort of thing going on. Off topic, but you should do another video about Ava mistranslations. Yeah, I that would be really cool. I don't understand Japanese as much as I used to, though. I studied it in college and then forgot. Do you have a backup of the original discussion? Yes, I do. Chat for a movie I don't care that much about. Maybe we could debate a YouTube essayist on the movie. Bruh, it's 11 p.m. and I haven't seen the movie in months, so I'm not really in a mood to debate in chat for a movie I just don't care that much about. Maybe you should debate a YouTube essayist on the movie. Maybe I should. You don't have to be here as well. You could just go to bed. Have you watched Sunny Boy? Yeah, I watched a bit of that. Kind of liked it from what I saw. I didn't finish it, though. Big Les Show. Thought the movie was a mixed bag, to be honest. I liked the animation and the fight scenes. The fight scenes of this movie? The fight scenes of this movie? Really? Okay. I liked the animation and fight scenes, the ending, but everything else was just meh. I miss speaking with you. I hope we might get more uploads in the future. Yeah, I miss you guys. Self being fake. How's 4.0 insulting? Not really disagreeing. I've only seen it once. Evangelion always alluded to itself being fake. How is 4.0 insulting? 4.0 is insulting because it's making a mockery out of the fans, in the sense that it's it brings up 27 new terminology. It's a conga line of new terms. And in the context of Anno saying in his documentary that he doesn't really give a shit about the fans, and he doesn't give a shit if you got anything positive or negative about it, and he's merchandising the crap out of Ava. Yeah, I'm gonna take offense to that. I think that's I think in the context of that, it's hypocritical. He's basically admitting that he's using the fans for money and he doesn't care, but he's also not really willing to do anything about the plot or the characters that's actually fulfilling from that perspective. How many times have you watched 3.0 plus 1.0 in the last 4 years? Probably maybe 12 or 13 times. I'm actually. I remember saying you didn't think many anime were good. Have you changed that view? No, I haven't found any good anime recently. Not really. Someone mentioned Sunny Boy. That was pretty cool. There's not a whole lot of anime that I'm interested in these days. I honestly like this movie more than Your Name, lol. I think I like Your Name more than this one. I never cared about Ava. I'll come around to liking the original series upon a rewatch, but that's it. Okay. Agree on that. Watch 3.3 feels like Anna wasn't trying. Yes. You know, the funny thing about this is that my last watch was like this last Saturday, and it was like by force of a friend showing it to me. Is to make sure the animators get their money and deserve for how much they work, unlike most companies. No, animators don't get royalties on like merch sales. More times it's fans watching it. Damn, that's a lot. I also don't think Ano has much respect for his crew. In like the documentary, he was like leaving them hanging constantly. I did see Frieren. I liked Frieren's until the tournament stuff, and then I didn't like it. Yeah, the documentary was like if you had any respect for Ano, it's absolutely shattered after watching that. I don't know how anyone could watch that and then like have respect for him. And you know, documentaries aren't 100% of the story. A lot of the time, they're from point of views. But the point of view of that one was trying to like to be a puff piece. So like to try and be a puff piece and then end up painting your subject like a complete asshole is like very funny. um, I've already talked about this. Mari being a self-insert of his wife, I thought that it was. I think that she's symbolic of change, like broadly speaking, and that the similarities to Miyoko in the character designs probably are a coincidence because it was Tsutomaki that designed her. So I don't think that she's meant to be his wife. I just think she's a terrible character who's like purely there for symbolism. You don't see how natalism is aggressively promoted. I mean, like, I think the fact that Hikari has a child, that like she's pregnant with her second baby, that there's a cat that's pregnant, that Pen Pen had children and like gave birth to that, and like Rei is holding the doll of a baby with the name of Hikari's child on it, and like Shinji and everyone have like a ship of some kind where you have like Asuka has Kensuke. No character can go without a ship. Kaworu has Rei. Like Shinji's got Mari. It's just like there's basically none of the main character. Oh, that's another thing. Misato had a child with Kaji Jr. There's a lot of baby making. There's a lot of like relationship sort of stuff in this. It's very natalistic, and like that's fine. Like making babies is okay. It's just inauthentic. Ano doesn't have children. Children are a financial burden. Like it's not really a judgment call to say that people will have a better life if they have children. A lot of people don't. The idealization of having children being like the way to live life and a like a good way of living. It's like Ano doesn't live that life. He's not somebody that has children. I mean, he hasn't even adopted. It's like if they can't have children, you know? So I just don't buy it. Like I think that it's just like it's dumb. It's just not a good point for him to make. He's not the right person to make it, and it's not a nuanced take. Your cinema. We should have ended Shinji help rebuild the world after setting. I agree. The movie should have been Shinji helping to rebuild the world after settling with his dad. That would make sense. Ano has always been weird about gender and children, and I have seen Nadia, so that's true. I mean, Nadia also has like nods to like child grooming. There is a young child who gets with like a 20-something-year-old, maybe 30-something-year-old by the end. You know, he waits for her to grow up some, but it's fucking weird. It's like some Twilight shit. Yeah. Way better if the movie ended on the beach with Shinji Omari on the train station. Scene didn't exist. Yeah. I mean, it's all it is the end. The ending is like go out into the world and touch grass or whatever. Like I don't know, whatever. Who cares? In the context of it is in the context of the mindfulness and meditation, it is like fortune cookie level of like of you know. And the funny thing is that this isn't even nature. This is just like a urban hometown area. It's a little depressing even. It's not really getting in touch with the world. It feels. This is Ano's hometown, by the way. Like Ano, your hometown is depressing. I'm gonna go to bed now. Have a good night. Sorry I couldn't hang around much. Would recommended Clear Sweep for the defensive 4.0. Yeah. I remember taking note of that. So I'll probably check out that video. I doubt we'd see very much like eye to eye on much, but yeah. Ube is great to visit in November. Okay. Yeah. How do you know Ano isn't a godfather or an uncle or as a close friend who has kids and attitude towards children has changed? Wouldn't make sense if Gendo says this is why I dislike kids. That's a fair point. I don't know if he's an uncle, but I certainly know he's not a father. Good hearing from you, Goat. Take care. Bye, Joan. This is discussing with you and pals, and then we check the channel and see you live right now. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. You should go back and actually watch this live stream. I actually talked about this movie somewhat. I'm trying to get like insight into some things, and I think that the Clearwater essay is probably it's probably a good place to start as far as like figuring out why people are positive about the movie. Because the only two things I've heard is just like metafiction, which is not a good reason given what I know about the meta of Hideaki Anno. And the other thing is like mindfulness meditation practices, which I think is like a good prescription, but definitely not like this is a case of theme over everything else. And if you're willing to like enjoy theme over everything else, that's fine, but like I don't. And I think that that's the disconnect there. It's just like if you want the theme should be expressed by the characters and the storyline, like without basically it having to blurt it out to you in any kind of way. I know Neon Genesis did do that, which is fine for a teenage audience, but like I'm also 30 now, so it's like this is just to me 3.0 plus 1.0 has shown no like maturity in it ruined its characters, it ruined its plot, and it kind of threw out like any kind of mature approach to storytelling, and was just like theme over everything else. It's just like a crazy bad movie. I don't know how else to put it. Thank you for coming back. And one more gentle nudge for Anaconda rant. If you guys want to see it, like I can release it again. It's just like I don't like the whole part where I don't like my attitude being like, oh, you know, I'm gonna make it and whatever. Fuck you, I know. Like that sort of shit. I don't know. It is cathartic, but it's just, that's not great of an attitude. Why did Mari marry a child? That's another thing, is that she's also, there's a age gap there. Mari's like 60 or 70 or something. Thank you so much, guys, for the donations. By the way, I really appreciate it. Actually, it's really like I'm really like amazed by that. So thanks. Burying children seems like portrayed as a baseline. Okay. Are we concluding that Mary married Shinji? She's got big boobs and thinks he smells nice. That's another thing about this. Oh, I guess one detail that I would like if Mari was actually a character and not just a symbol for change. But, like, supposedly the way Shinji's being animated here versus Mari here are on opposite ends of the frame spectrum. So one of them is like on the, you know, every frame is kind of skips a frame, you know, for animation and everything when you're doing twos. And so you're skipping a frame, and like Shinji's got frames that Mari doesn't have, and vice versa. That's what I've heard. I don't know if it's true. Oh, she's got a wedding band. Yeah, I think she's like, I think she might have a ring there. No? Wait, maybe on the other hand. Oh, maybe she doesn't. Come on. Ugh. Kaworu and Rei. Disgusting. That is a cursed ship. Gorgeous girl with bank boobs. Bingo. Yeah, she don't got it. All right. Myself and other people see the movie differently, but nonetheless, I don't think you're completely wrong about it. It's ironic how Ano trashes modern Japanese anime culture and made the Mary Sue, Mary Child. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, just reading through the comments one more time. You low-key thought I died. Fair enough. I mean, this is effectively like a quick overview of current modern thoughts on things, but I still might want to script out a video and make it. I do have people in my real life begging me to do that. It's like I've got fans of my YouTube channel in real life, like just kind of like being like, "Oh my god, please do this," and I'm trying to. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to write and stuff and pay the bills. So there's been a lot of like I've been doing a lot of, like I said, writing for like Chinese companies, just like sort of smoothing over translation stuff where it's like they use, god, I hope it's not AI, but they probably use AI. But anyway, they give me like a script in English, and like, and then I go over it basically, and localize it, and sometimes it gets changed by the director depending. One of the things that I ended up writing for changed significantly. The director took like a script that I mostly wrote and basically ended up doing a lot of changes that he felt was necessary. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't agree with any of the whatever. It is what it is. Pays the bills. Pays the bills. Nothing I'm proud of yet. If I'm proud of something, I'll let you know. Yeah. Both video games and film. Oh yeah, yeah. The Last of Us season 2. That was oof. Oh god. Still a fan of Last of Us 2 and whatnot. I've replayed that, like, genuinely very good writing, in my opinion. I know that's like, ooh, controversial take, but at any time, that's a thing that I would like stand in reverse of like 3.0 plus 1.0, where a lot of people say that it's badly written, but it actually has purpose to its structure, and is the entire like goal of The Last of Us 2 is to be about othering and trying to other a character and then build those barriers and roadblocks and then try and de-other them. And sometimes people get really hung up on like the minor things that it does to do that. Like, it's like, oh, Abby likes dogs. Well, so what? Ellie also likes dogs. She can pet dogs at the start of her Jackson story too. It doesn't really matter. But the actual like attempt to de-other her is impressively done, I think. And you know, it's just like one of those things that I feel very passionately in favor of. And when I hear people criticize it, it's usually either wrong or has like a weird understanding or double standard of storytelling. Like, where it's like, oh, Joel dying is a coincidence because like Abby was tracing some like footsteps and then like he ends up finding her and stuff. Well, she was being chased by a giant horde and he was in the area, so he could easily have tracked her down on purpose because he's probably there to try and save survivors. It makes complete sense how he would like come across her in that moment. And it also makes complete sense that Tommy would like tell the names as well, because like Tommy's not Joel. So she's the one that says, not I mean, people like to quote my Joel being like, I'm Joel, but that was only after Tommy prompted him, after he had told Abby. So like, is pointless anyway. People just make up shit about Last of Us 2, or they don't like think about like the most basic stuff. It's crazy. What is de-othering? Okay, so basically the game simulates the feelings of racism. When we say other in media analysis, othering is the feeling of like racial hatred or hatred for an out group of some kind, somebody that's not in your tribe. You could consider it tribalism. So then to de-tribal / de-other is to deconstruct and dismantle the feelings of hate or racism against another group. So yeah. I don't even care about Abby. Yeah, Tommy was a good boy to remove tribalists and stuff. You lost me at the Last of Us 2 take. I mean, if you want to have a discussion about Last of Us 2, I will like legitimately call you and we can talk about it if you want to talk about it, because I think it's brilliantly written. There's like a lot of things about it, like structurally and from a screenwriting and theory perspective, that are subversive and bold and actually still work. Um, a lot of the hate mob against it has to do with like years of resentment for Neil Druckmann, starting with Gamergate and whatnot. It's like he specifically had Anita Sarkeesian like come in for Uncharted 4 to consult about it, and from what I understand, he had like her challenge him on the idea that Nathan Drake would have a son. So he made it a daughter. That's as far as it went, and I don't think she's ever been back. But because of that moment, there was like a lot of hate that was attempted for Uncharted 4, and I think Uncharted 4 is very good. but like even before Last of Us 2 had released, people had already made up their mind about it, that it was bad. So it's kind of like hard to say, because like if you have like a mob mentality constructed out of like an anti-SJW mindset, which at this point I think is just cringy and like weird. If you're like, oh, I don't like the fact that Abby's trans, which people said that Abby was trans and stuff. It's like, yeah, if you're gonna go into it with hate, then you're gonna see a lot of nitpicks, but a lot of those nitpicks are just like incorrect, factually, like objectively wrong. It's not like it's a perfect game from a writing perspective, but there is no perfect piece of fiction from a writing perspective, and it's far more ambitious than Part One, which is like essentially a retelling of Pixar's Up, but like R-rated. Structurally, there's a lot of like symbolism and themes that are definitely elevated. But yeah. How about the ending though? I mean, like here's the thing: is like Ellie had basically she had her agency like removed from her by Abby having come in and taken away her choice to forgive Joel, which she hadn't done yet, but she was on the road to do. And she herself had choices taken away by Joel. Like he knew that she would have wanted to be the cure and took that away from her, which is basically stated in Last of Us 1 several times, where like Marlene says like, you know it, Joel, you were gonna and everything, and he knows that she would have wanted to do that, but he took away her choice. And so like Ellie's character is largely about feeling like choice and agency has been ripped away from her. So like when Abby beats the shit out of her and you as the player and she basically loses, she's unresolved. So she goes to Santa Barbara like fueled by trauma and everything like that, and hoping to reclaim any kind of agency, as like it's basically like a rape allegory. And like she herself when she gets there, she doesn't really want to kill Abby, because Ellie has been fighting with this internal struggle about like what it means to be herself in some ways. Like she is the cure, but she wasn't able to be the cure, and she's not really able to be a daughter to Joel now. And like, who is she really? And she's been kind of grappling with trying to become Joel, like by taking on his watch and his gun and really becoming like a murder hobo in the way that she would have thought of him as. But along the way through the performances, she shows regret and definitely doesn't want to do that. And by the end, when she releases Abby, like it's written all over her face and her performance that she doesn't want to do this. Like she would have let Abby go if not for the fact that she is compelled by trauma. And so when she has like Abby pinned down, just like she was pinned down during Joel's death, she has to reflect on Joel and his death, and then chooses to let him go to salvage herself. It's the only way to have like a happy ending for the character, because ultimately like Ellie would have killed herself if she killed Abby there. It's just like really obvious that like she would have murdered someone for the sake of doing it, for like this idea of being healed by it, but it's like it wouldn't have healed her, as we see through Abby's storyline. So there's no redemption through doing that in the first place, and it's just a cruel, like, inhuman action. It's totally against what she would do as a person, like, based on Part 1. Ellie is a character that does violence because she either feels that she is put into that situation deliberately, but she always tries to, like, spare the people when she's, like, confronts them. She's just like, you don't have to die here. Like, just tell me where Abby is. And they kind of, like, it's her fault for putting herself in that situation, but she's a tragic character in like a lot of ways. So she feels like she doesn't have a choice but to do that. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, I think Last of Us 2 is a fantastic, probably one of the best pieces of video game writing I've ever encountered in my life, and I really love how it grapples with like LGBTQ identity and like feeling completely isolated from society and othered in that way, and how it ties that into the themes of like othering and de-othering, and like it's really like a tapestry in a lot of ways. It's extremely ambitious, and sometimes that it doesn't stick the landing. But for the most part, yeah, it sticks the landing for a lot of it. And if people went into it with more of an open mind and less like of a Haiti kind of mindset to begin, ironically, I think they would appreciate it more. Yeah. So this idea, aren't Ellie murders a lot of people to get to Abby. So here's the thing, right? Is she's trying to become a murder hobo because she believes that's what Joel would do. She says so specifically. She's like, Joel would go across the country and like kill everyone for me. That he would absolutely do that. And so she goes there, but even then, um, she's got her horse gets blown up by the WLF. She's captured and taken, and the only way to survive is to kill these people right here. So she is killing for survival. The WLF are shooting at her first. If you kill anyone in the game, because there's a lot of chances to also just not kill people, like you don't have to kill people, like in Last of Us 2, but if you kill them, you felt it was necessary to make it through the level. So it's for survival. It's the same reason why Ellie would do so as well. But like self-defense is different than like killing an emaciated woman who wants nothing to do with your violence and like would let it just wants to take her like little brother and basically be off and everything. It's I mean, Ellie at that point also knows why Abby did it at that point. Like she's connected the pieces because of Nora and whatnot, and she knows that like Abby was just doing it for justice. So like, is it justice? Is this good? It's not for survival. It's not for like, it's just for me to kill someone in cold blood because like this is a this will heal me in some kind of way. Like obviously it doesn't. We see through again through Abby's storyline demonstrating that it doesn't heal her. It's not cowardice to let her go. It's just like what she would have always done the whole time because Ellie was pretending to be someone she wasn't. So it's like yeah. I'm sorry for the Ava talk and or the Last of Us talk and whatever. Uh how about that Evangelion, eh? Do you think the othering and de-othering aspect appeals to me? Yeah, of course. It's like I think it's really easy to hate people that you consider to be like subhuman in some kind of ways, and I think that's a universal theme to be able because like here's the thing. A lot of people justify hate via love, which is the biggest part of Last of Us 2. This idea that like love and hate are connected, and they are, and it demonstrates that. So through the Seraphites, there's like love of God justifies hate of people and minorities and stuff, and then it's like the WLF use the love of land to justify their hate. They want to take their land back, to liberate Washington, to have it be like reclaimed to its glory. Uh, the Rattlers have like love of self, like where they want to be like selfish individuals who are just hedonistic and basically feed off of other people who are weaker and lesser than them. And so this idea, and like Abby and Ellie both do horrible things in the name of love of their father. So it's like the love. The thing is with Last of Us 2, it is about love, but it's the ultimate best kind of love is to realize that everyone is capable of love. Everyone. So like no matter how easy it is to dehumanize people, and even if people are so evil and horrible and have done terrible things, we're all capable of loving one another. And if we realize that humans at the baseline have that in common, and we love humans for just like our ability to love, I think we would be better off as a people. And that's what Last of Us 2 is about. It's about love all the way. It's just like it is about how love can be used to justify horrible things. And we need to be careful about that. I think that's a universal thing. I want to, yeah, I want to play Death Stranding too. I think it is really fitting that it's considering that it released during the Black Lives Matter riots and stuff like that. It, in some ways, like Last of Us Two is like the is probably one of the most important games to come out during COVID. It was like a good time period, but ironically, like I guess like not in the way that people were ready to hear. Uh, Ironically, during the Israel Palestine stuff, which Neil Druckmann is Israeli, and he was trying to deconstruct a lot of his like bias towards Palestinians there. I mean, Neil Druckmann grew up in like a socialist camp that was basically like in occupied territory in the West Bank and brainwashed to be very pro-Israeli and such like that. So it takes like a lot of deprogramming to be able to make a story like Last of Us 2 from his perspective. And even then, like sometimes he slips. He's not like a perfect individual by any stretch of the imagination, but like I admire that someone went out of their way to create a story about de-othering, like from the perspective of having been brainwashed to other a group of people throughout his whole life. It's like really crazy and very relevant. Didn't he fall back into Zionism though? No, not really. I mean, he made a tweet about it, like being like went during October 7th when Israel was attacked and whatnot, and he made some like oh his the country will survive, whatever bullshit. And then people basically pointed out, hey, isn't like Last of Us 2 completely against this? Like you're on Isaac's side, like fundamentally, with this kind of tweet. And then he deleted it and went like, I'm really sorry, I got wrapped up in the emotions. I donated to Palestine hospitals, Israeli hospitals, and he hasn't spoken about it since. So it's like, yeah, like he kind of let the mask slip, or he kind of let the mask slip in the sense that like it's still there a bit, like the programming, but I still think he's trying to fight against it. He hasn't been very public, but Pedro and Bella Ramsey have been both very vocally like in favor of Palestine and stuff. And I think that like as a creator who's the president of Naughty Dog, it's extremely important to not like state a political opinion, so we don't actually know what his opinions are about like anything currently, especially post October 7th, which is like a lot of people's gut reactions were of course to like be like terrorism is bad and everything, but like the issue has become so much more complicated and obviously it's a genocide now. So like that's crazy. I would not consider myself Zionist at all, like personally speaking. And I don't think that it's a uh no, it's not a very good thing. Like I mean, Neil, of course, is he's struggling like with that or struggled with that when hearing that Israelis were had been killed. But I don't think it's a mask that he's trying to be like a better person. Like I think he is trying to be a better person. If you've ever heard him in interviews, he's a very like kind and cordial individual. He's never really been like a mean guy like ever. So it's a I think people really like to dog on him again because of his early connections to Anita Sarkeesian, but even then those like connections have been severed. So it's kind of like a pointless thing to get like still mad about, but generally that's the reason people are mad. Yeah, if he was a blown full Zionist, he would have been much more vocal. Anita Sarkeesian was a video game essayist who was one of the core people that surrounded the Gamergate movement in 2014 to through 17, and before Donald Trump was elected, and it was a very big online movement that had to do largely with refuting Anita Sarkeesian's claims of video games being problematic for sexualizing women. She would use a lot of really poor examples. Like, for example, I mean, she would dog on like Bayonetta and The Legend of Zelda and stuff like that. And while those games are not without their fair share of you could criticize them, the criticisms she made were pretty misplaced and poor, in my opinion. Yeah, I think she was a grifter, but I also don't think that people should have paid attention to her. Really, it's kind of absurd that everyone got really mad. Yeah, yeah, she had bad takes, but nothing so terrible. I agree with Tabriziel. It's like, who cares? Who cares about Anita Sarkeesian? Like, ultimately, that's the thing, and people are still mad. That's wild to me. Well, Anita never played Bayonetta, so well, that's the thing. If gamers, it's really disappointing because again, gamers were saying that uh, that Last of Us 2 should have been more product, and it's like I think you guys should like media that is trying to be art. You know, if video games struggle to be seen as art for a while, and sometimes art means not enjoying it. So it's like better that yeah, if that this is what they want to do, if this is what Neil wants to do, as the president, as the director, as the writer, co-writer, and he wants to make this thing, and everyone on the team is like, yeah, let's make this thing. That's their choice. It's not, you know. I think that's a great thing. It should be upheld even if you don't like it. Art is valuable. It needs to be it needs to be made in such a way that people will dislike it, or people can dislike it. Like, art is not for everyone. Stefan Anderson, we were talking a bit about Intergalactic, yeah. I mean, or well, I guess Last of Us 2, but Intergalactic, I think will be pretty. I think it will be sick when it comes out. There's no reason for me to think it won't be. I'm the guy that watched the rebuild, and the rebuild had Doritos product placement. Why would I care about product placement? Tears of the Kingdom didn't address any issues that I personally had with Breath of the Wild. It was basically the same, if not clunkier. Last of Us 2 is very mixed. I think the reception is very mixed. Yeah. That's fair. If you don't care about The Last of Us, I don't blame you. Man, I love Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. I'm such a boomer. Like, I'm learning new things about Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time that I never knew about, and I really appreciate those games, like super hardcore for all the details. And crazy intricacies and like themes that they had. Like Ocarina of Time is, I think it's like genuinely in the modern discourse is kind of an underrated game in the modern discourse, just because like people say that it's like story is nonsensical or bad, but it uses like a lot of like really interesting smart narrative techniques. Like for example, I think it's cool that the Shadow Temple is an example of how the Hylian people, the Hyrule people, are actually evil. Like the royal family tortured and killed people, and they had a whole torture chamber like dedicated to it. Whereas like the Spirit Temple is about pretty much showing that the Gerudo have like culture and have like have this sort of uh, um, gentle side, you know, and everything, because they were portrayed as like these like thieves that were bad and everything like that, but they've got a entire like spirituality to them that hadn't been addressed to that point. So it's really cool how it kind of complicates things go to gray areas as you go from being like an adult and explore the world more. And it's just like stuff like that in Ocarina of Time really impressed me narratively, where they're about, through the gameplay and just the environments, communicating themes and narrative. Ocarina of Time did get replaced by Dark Souls in the discourse, yes, but Dark Souls is also functionally like Ocarina of Time 2 in like some ways. Like it's very, it takes so many cues and so many things that Ocarina of Time did, and like kind of brings it to like a more modern audience. So why did I nuke my letterboxd? You know, I just didn't want industry people knowing what my opinions were on movies. It just has to do with the fact that Hollywood is what it is. I still have opinions on movies. I watch movies all the time. I'll tell you some of my favorites. So some of my favorite like newest movies, um, I I really loved. I actually loved Honora. I thought that was fantastic. It won Best Picture and everything like that, but I was like hoping it would when that came out. Sinners is something that I appreciated more upon rewatch. It was a bit. I thought it was like a little messy, and it is kind of a little messy, to be honest. It's not like not 100% the tea in terms of the tone, but like I also did end up liking it more on a second watch. It's a pretty fun movie, and it has some interesting, nuanced things to say. And I like a lot of the characters in the movie too. I saw Adolescence recently, which I also really liked. Very, very solid, like kind of miniseries. The animated film Flow was good. Um, Challengers was solid. Dune Part 2 surprised me. Really liked Dune Part 2. That was like crazy cool. So I actually ended up reading Dune the book after watching Dune Part 2, and I think Part 1 is a very flawed movie. But Part 2 is it actually like elevates a lot of the source material. I think I might prefer it to the second half of the book. Um but like yeah, Part 1 needed ironically more exposition. It was in desperate need to just like explain itself more. Um Here's a big question. How do you feel about Arcane? Arcane is oh, I think it's bad. Arcane is bad. I think season 1 is solid. Don't get me wrong. Season 1 is solid. It's I sometimes video essayists really exaggerate the quality of the dialogue, because I think the dialogue tends to be very like the exchanges tend to be rushed and very mic drop oriented, where a character will just be like, and then you should do this because power is important, and then like mic drop, and the character is completely won over the room and everyone. It's very unconvincing. There are several examples of it, like when Silco tries, the one I'm referencing is Silco trying to get one of his goons to drink a potion that will transform him into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles monster, and it's just like a little absurd how fast it went. So Arcane has like flaws like that, and it also has flaws like I'm not sure how Silco poisoning and drugging the entire people of Zon really gets him closer to liberating Zon. That's a little weird. I just there's some things about motivations that don't align very well in my opinion, but I still really like Jinx as a character. I thought she was pretty good. I liked how she subverted a lot of the Harley Quinnisms that she could have fallen into. And I liked Vi okay in season 1. I thought she was okay. Her relationship with Kate was not very well done. But overall, like, still solid. Mel was a surprise character for me, where I really liked her in season 1. And I just because she's this like, political woman that really could have been brushed under the rug and not be important, but she had like opinions and a backstory and kind of like a mother that was like controlling and everything like that. And it was really interesting to see how Arcane season 1 really nailed like a lot of things, and then season 2 just destroyed it. And I don't know, I think season 2 was of Arcane was some really bad television. It felt like every arc was a season's worth of content, every pair of 3 episodes, every group of 3 episodes, and then character motivations didn't make sense to me, where it'd be like, Vi would be like, oh, I'm going to join the police task force now, even though they murdered my parents. It's like, what? Characters are just making radical decisions that completely upend their character in a heartbeat. And what they did to Victor was kind of lame, and I think the themes were kind of lame. So it ends up being like a little bit like both sidesisms and anti-collectivism, and I'm just like, I don't know. This is very tepid. So I've been trying to watch Brazon. It's been years since I've seen it. I don't know. I haven't really liked it at all since watching it. I'm on episode like 8 or something now. But the thing with Brazon, right, is that it does such a poor job laying out the basic fundamentals of the world, and then it just kind of info dumps them to you at the beginning of episode 4, which I thought was like very sloppy. And then Kamina as a character has been very, very weird, where he's this guy. I mean, I have to finish the show, right? But he's really hard to engage with because he's one part's boring and another part like weirdly psychotic in a very casual way, where like the character is just like, oh, genocide, 16 million people died, that's so cool, there's a lot of people in the world. Like his reaction to hearing certain information is very odd and like inhuman, but not in a way that like I remotely believe as being like intentional or like a thing that paints him in an interesting way, because he's also not interesting. So he'll do like things like that, and then he'll just get like also kind of chased over by Misato number 1 and Misato number 2, because there's 2 Misatos now, and it's just a weird show. I'm like, it's been surreal watching it, because it's like the connective tissue and cause and effect between scenes and events is just non-existent. So you have like stuff that will happen. It will just happen. It'll be like, oh, we're here doing this thing, and there's not really a reason why we're here doing this thing. We're just doing it now. And we jump to the next scene, and it's like that too. It's a series of disconnected like actions and events. At least it hasn't been very good at communicating what the through line is between one scene to the next, and like why we're witnessing it in that order. At least not in my opinion. I'll finish it. If the last 10 episodes are good, then it might change my mind. Yeah, I did see some of Hunter x Hunter. I watched the first 40 episodes a while ago. I want to pick it back up for the Chimera Ant stuff. So that's what interests me. I'm talking about Razafon. Yeah. The best Ava knockoff? Yeah, I guess it depends. Yeah, I'm still a fan of Technolize. I've never heard of Gridman. Let me look this up. SSS Gridman. Oh, it's new. Okay, that's why. Maybe I'll check it out to see if it's good. Yeah, this isn't about the new Ava film anymore. That was like the first 2 hours. Go back and watch the first 2 hours. I was really hard hitting with it out of the gate. I had a lot to say. My voice kind of went crazy, of course. I actually didn't know that they were making new Berserk chapters, so that's cool. I gotta check that out. I'll probably end the stream in 5 minutes. Anyone have anything else that they want to say to me before I disappear for another 4 years? Would it be right to make a new Ava reboot after Anno passed away? I don't know. Maybe. It depends on if it's good. I love your videos. I'm glad you're back. Thank you. No, I think Gen Urobuchi is a bad writer still. I think he's like, as I've gotten older, I kind of realize how to articulate these sorts of things, and I think Gen Urobuchi, not only do I like just disapprove of his sexualization of children and minors, throughout his like written work, I also really do not like his penchant for like nonsensical character arcs and drama. So like I think something like Fate Zero, for example, is Kiritsugu's like character is absurd, and the themes about utilitarianism are very very basic in like an ontological sense. It is very like surface level. Gen is good at writing tension and escalating like plot elements unfolding, like in Madoka. I appreciate him for that. Like his like writing style, I think peaks at Madoka. But like since Psychopaths, maybe he hasn't written anything very compelling whatsoever. And even Psychopaths is just like falls apart on a world building perspective when you think about it for more than a half a second. It's like, oh, we have this technology to knock people out, so we should just like do that instead of euthanizing them in the streets and causing like public mayhem through people's heads exploding. But it's cool because that's our hook into the series is like people's heads exploding in the middle of the street. Um, Really dumb, like just like on a basic level. But I don't know if Gen came up with that, but whoever came up with that idea, that was pretty lame. Yeah, Sayano Uta is pretty terrible. Heaven's Feel wasn't written by Gen Urobuchi. Heaven's Feel was written by Nasu. Yeah, that's the thing, is that like all of Fate's Day Night except for Fate Zero is written by Nasu. Uh, well, probably maybe some spin-offs weren't. Would I say Nasu is a better writer than Gen? I don't know. Um, Not really. I think that he's good at. I think Gen is good at making tension, but Nasu is a very immature writer in of himself. At least having rewatched like Karno Kyokai, all of it, I was like, yo, this is not good. Um, that I know that it's like an early example of Nasu's writing. It's been a long time since I've actually read like Fate and whatnot, but like I don't really want to dip into Fate again because of, again, sexualization of children. I'm 30 years old, you know, like I don't really have the wherewithal to put up with like 5-year-old camel toe, like 10-year-old camel toe, or any character that is coded that way. Um, and especially not teenagers. Like I'm too old for this. You know what I mean? But like Karno Kyokai, having rewatched it, you'll have characters just go on diatribes about like pseudo philosophical things, falling or floating in the first Karno Kyokai, and like characters just blatantly talking about their feelings about suicide and the concept of suicide, and being like, well, I think everyone has like a choice to make, so if you want to kill yourself, that's like your own personal choice. Wow, crazy, just pretentious. Honestly, like I don't give a shit about like Nasu's feelings about mental health, and I think he did a really bad job talking about like gender throughout Karno Kyokai, talking about women's issues and sexual assault. Horrible job talking about sexual assault. Horrible job like dealing with these really heavy, broad topics. And I mean, even stuff like Taoism and Buddhism are not discussed in depth or in any kind of which way that is. It's as shallow as like you notice Taoism, and Taoism has like male and female components to it, and like the like that's like really deep, because Taoism is about like living life happily, and that's not really what this story is about, but like we're gonna just kind of point to it. It's the stuff that Karno Kyokai has to say, and the character execution is pretty bad. I'd say Gen Urobuchi's probably a better writer, at least based on Karno Kyokai. If Fate was, if if I reread Fate and thought it was better, then I would, but I'm not gonna read that shit because that's kids. Connor Aronoff, yeah, reading's good. People should read more, like genuinely. It's like, um, if I wish that people would read more. Having read like Dune and stuff, and Messiah, I was like, this is neat. Dune Messiah is basically the Evangelion 3.0 slash Last Jedi of its time, and I really wish people would actually read to get like some cultural context on certain things, and I guess like appreciate how you know, how different types of stories have been doing their thing for a long time. Uh, the last thing I read personally, um, I'm looking on my bookshelf. If it's not, the last thing I read was a comic, which was Kaiji. I read all of Kaiji, like all of it. So I'm caught up with Kaiji. That's the last thing I read as a comic. The last thing I read before then were the Tove Jansson Moomin books. So I read her first Moomin book, and before then, I ended up reading The Blade Itself. The Blade Itself by Joe Abercrombie. It's a fantasy book. I still need to read way more. I watch a movie all the time, still every day. But yeah. I like Hoseki no Kuni. Hoseki no Kuni. I like that. Yeah. No, it is a good manga. It is a good manga. I've read it. If we're talking about like Land of the Lustrous, if I'm not mistaken, I like that. That was cool. Oh, some more favorite films because I never got to talk about anything else besides Dune. Um, liked Poor Things a lot. That was really great. All of Us Strangers. I liked that. I liked Sing Sing. That was cool. Boy and the Heron, as we discussed earlier. Thought that was pretty based. Robot Dreams. Really liked that. Perfect Days. Really liked that too. Wow, what a great movie. Perfect Days. I have seen Look Back. I was not impressed by Look Back, but I liked Fujimoto's other manga, Goodbye Eri, more. So there's there's still some Fujimoto liking in me, but Look Back was not one I resonated with. Have your views on Shambhala changed since your vid? Not really. I need to read Chainsaw Man. I haven't read it yet. The thing that the reason why specifically Look Back wasn't my thing, like, and I didn't like it really, was because I think it does a really poor job, like, demonstrating again through showing the friendship between these two, as I think that whether intentionally or not, he wrote I'm trying to remember her name. I'm sorry. I'll have to look it up probably. Um, the main character. I'll just call her the main character. He wrote her in a way that was very much about herself always, and even when meditating over her friend, she was still doing it in this very self-absorbed kind of like framework of like, how can I be, what can I get out of this, and how can I resolve these things? And like, she never really cared about her friend and really went off on her friend like pretty hard. It was a very harsh scene where she like spoke ill of her friend. That was very autism coded, very like uh very like sort of neurodivergent coded in a lot of ways. And so the main character felt extremely narcissistic, and I also think it didn't really discuss the why of the social issues that led to the KyoAni fire, because I know that was like what inspired the work to begin with. But the why has a lot of like systemic social issues that have to do with Japanese like culture in general leading to that, and they're particularly their approach of mental health, and I don't think it addressed that like in any way that I was really satisfied with. Um, and yeah, I just think it didn't really touch on grief in a way that I felt was like really resonated with me. It just didn't feel like a friendship between the two of them. They didn't do enough with it, like, or Fujimoto didn't do enough with it in this dynamic. And in some ways, Goodbye Eri is kind of like a remake of a lot of the ideas in Look Back, but I think it's better handled. So. Everything Everywhere All at Once is one of my favorite movies of all time. So. Yeah, Boy and the Heron is a pretty genius like film from a meta narrative and symbolism standpoint. The symbolism and meta narrative are great. The narrative itself is pretty good. I think that the if you ignore all the meta, it's like a 6 out of 10. If you have the meta there in addition to that, it becomes more of like a 9 out of 10 as opposed to like 3.0 plus 1.0, which I think is just bad no matter what perspective you look into it. So, but like Boy and the Heron actually is about like Hayao Miyazaki confessing regret for the way that he's been operating as a boss to his employees and as a like a grandparent and a parent, and in that way is actually walking the walk where he's doing something to really address those things. Yeah, Everything Everywhere All at Once is amazing. It is a perfect balance between action and entertainment and theme and character, just like exactly what I would want to aspire to do as a creator. I love that. I think Everything Everywhere is like really, really beautiful. Um, and uh, as an optimistic nihilist myself, I really appreciated that thematically. Thoughts on Barbenheimer? I mean, Oppenheimer kind of bored me, so I didn't finish it. And then Barbie movie was like faux woke. I hate to use the term woke. I think it's a really bad term, but like, I don't actually think it's like very impressive uh, from the angle of like, I think what it's saying about like women's issues can be read in very poor ways, intentionally or not. For example, okay, Ken. I'm gonna talk about Ken. All right. So Ken in the Barbie movie, he is a character that it doesn't do a whole lot to demonstrate that patriarchy is not based. And an easy way would have been to show that Ken is the kind of man who likes kind of effeminate stuff and is kind of bullied by the other Kens. And I think that he should have been trying to be a patriarch and introduce patriarchy to them, and they cast him out for being a beta male. And like he really would suffer like you know for that, while the other Kens are more alpha, because it doesn't demonstrate like how toxic masculinity or masculinity can go out of control and how it can really affect people. And it just has like a war scene where they're dancing and there's glitter everywhere, and it would have been so much funnier if it was actually like a war scene where people like were quote unquote dying and they were like screaming and it was like horrible and Ken was like, oh my god. And meanwhile like it's all just like glitter being thrown at each other and stuff like that. That would have been great. The juxtaposition, that there was so much more room for comedy, so much more room for commentary, but it just kind of like it just doesn't really do that. So Barbie was kind of a flop for me. Yeah. It's like a lot of tell show again in the themes, which is what I had a problem with. It could have done a lot to mine the comedy from that and really be like a very engaging and funny movie if it had just done a few things differently. Fake version of the real human woman who made up Barbie and made her a ghost. Joker 2019 is a fairly solid film with some sloppy things like in it, and like Joker 2 Fully Ado is not a good film, but like I appreciate that it was trying to be a commentary on the way that fans received it, because the way people received Joker 1 was pretty crazy. But yeah, Joker 1 to me reads as like a very just like a democratic socialist movie. Like in a lot of ways, it's just about like Joker failing to achieve his American dream because he's constantly distracted by like all the BS of society and whatever, and kind of descends into madness because of a lack of good proper care in the United States healthcare system. So it's trying to comment on like the failures of the healthcare system here and everything. And the stuff I didn't like about Joker 1 was just spelling stuff out again, like being really on the nose about like that his girlfriend was a hallucination or fake, because the scene communicated that just fine without there being that flashback and she's not really there kind of thing. Joker 1's fine. Joker 2 not so much, but I appreciate the gumption, the cut of its jib. So I think Joker 2019 felt very tasteless in its themes. That's fair. That's weird because I really remember Todd Phillips being a you can't make comedy anymore guy. Yeah, I mean like at the time Joe Rogan, just a little bit before then, someone like Joe Rogan was saying the same things but was pro Bernie. Like I think you can absolutely there are people who hold both positions, and Todd Phillips might have descended into a more like right wing position or not. It really just like I don't know what his opinions are, but like it's not unheard of that people hold both of those opinions at the same time. Decision to Leave was pretty good. My favorite Park Chan Wook movie will always be Old Boy though, or not. Yeah, Park Chan Wook. Yeah, it's like Bong Joon Ho. No. Yeah, I watched End of Ava in theaters last year. It was really cool. I got to hear the sound design in like a theatrical setting, and that was like the really big thing, was just like hearing how the sound design affected the film, where the like noise floor completely cuts out when Shinji both strangles Asuka and also when he sees her dead. Think that was like really awesome. The noise floor completely cutting out is a very avant-garde piece of sound design. Usually they'll have like white noise or room tone, in really silent parts. Anyway, Asuka Sawyer did not get the happy ending that Shikanami got, which makes me sad. I don't agree. I mean, again, rewatch the first 2 hours of this video if you want to hear. But I think that Asuka Soryu is a character that finally is able to emotionally relate and empathize with someone else, and becomes a better person for it. I'm optimistic in the sense that I believe people did come back to live on Earth. She's just the first person, probably out of a string of many. So I think that they'll be fine. You really are left in the theater, like kind of in blackness after the movie's over, just like I thought it would be, and like kind of thinking about everything and reflecting about everything that happened at the very end with the Owari like title card at the end. End of Ava is so cool. I love that it's like credits are in the middle. I would consider myself like I think I'm pretty far left. I think I'd consider myself a little bit of a tanky, maybe like a proto tanky or something like that. Yeah, and I'm not a fan of Trump. Like I it's crazy that he's back, and it's crazy that he's knocking on my back door, um, like with ICE and stuff like that in LA. I went to like protests and stuff with this. It's been crazy, actually. Yeah, I hope things will be okay as far as the U.S. is concerned. It is really concerning. Kenji, Naino, and Go Jesus are now commies. Wow. The thing is, like, I'm not actually. I don't consider myself a communist. Like I said, quasi tanky in the sense that I think communism would be like cool in theory, but like it's not realistic. We have a capitalistic society, and I don't think managing a communist society is practical. Like I think it would just fall apart pretty easily. But that being said, democratic socialism is 100% viable in the United States, and I think that that would be the best outcome for us, something like that. Definitely socialist elements, because like our healthcare system just is not working. Um, our The state of education is not working. Um, Capitalism leading to privatization of prison systems is not working. Um, there's a lot of things that capitalism is not doing great with, and like in full blown laissez-faire capitalism, that is to say, um, capitalism being restrained can work, but I'm also concerned about the state of the planet. Just genuinely environmentalism, like all those types of things, is a real concern. Like I'm very concerned for the ice caps melting and what that will look like, because like Florida's going to be 20 feet under when that does happen. What's
Oh, are you done with your?
it's just like the thing is, this system right now that's in place right now is not working. and I think that it's a that's like a huge concern, and whatnot. And like as for Nino, like it's cool that he's like for far left, and whatnot. But I also take issue with his like he has some misogynistic takes and also some like anti-interracial takes, and stuff like that. Uh, I really really don't like that. I am I I've been married for like the last since 2019, so it's been 6 years, and I'm happily married. And it's like my husband and I we're not of the same racial profile and everything, and like I just don't appreciate kind of like his takes on that. It's been um it was really hurtful like a few years ago when it's like shared some of the pictures of us in his server, and it was like ripped apart for being like interracial or whatever by his crew of people. And I have seen on his recent X posts that he still feels that way, so that's a real shame. Yeah. I agree with you, Connor. The flexibility of capitalism seems to be hard to beat in terms of maximizing productivity. Still don't need to be unfettered. It seems to turn back into feudalism. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Ramon? Hey, Jesse. Nice to see you guys. Things have been pretty good. Oh, damn, you're married? I thought you were one of us degen loaders. Yeah, I've been married since I was like 24. I think my partner's kind of hammered me out in some ways. Like I'm nowhere near as much of a spaz. I've cut red meat out in chicken. That's cool. Someone still remembers that I'm vegan, I guess. Still vegan. Yeah, and happy Pride Month. Thank you. Not that it's worth anything, but I actually discovered I was bisexual like 2 years ago. So, hell yeah. I like girls too. Woo! When you're married, though, that's like less relevant. Just like Jojo Siwa. Okay. Is it expensive to be vegan where you are? Whenever I consider it, it seems to. If you buy processed things, then yeah, it's expensive. If you make things at home, not really. Like with seitan, I make that at home. So something like seitan, you would need to buy for like $10 a slab or something like that. But like you can make it at home for like a few dollars for like a bunch ton. So if you like make your own food, it's totally fine, which is what I do. I like tempeh. You got to make sure to get protein though, and vitamin B12 and vitamin D, and vitamin K and iodine. You got to make sure that you get all those things as a vegan, because it's like it can be really unhealthy really quickly if you don't. 7 years since Last Jedi. I had time to. I think time is on your side. That most people think is bad after all. I don't like Last Jedi. No, it's not the tea, but not because of the ideas. I actually think the Last Jedi had really cool ideas. It was mostly in the execution that I'm like a little bit weird on, because I think stuff like Rey lacks agency, like as a character. I think she doesn't make enough choices in the storyline, and I think some of the choices feel that characters do make in plot lines don't feel like they connect very well. Not a huge fan. Still not a huge fan of like Poe Dameron's storyline or Finn's storyline. I think both of those are pretty squandered narratively. So did you have a vegetarian transition first or straight vegan? I've been vegan for 25 years. I'm not the right person to ask about this because like my mom basically pushed it upon me when I was a kid. Uh, but my sisters are no longer vegan. I'm the only one of my family that still is. Um, and I do it because I think it's ethically right. Like so, I have a little bit of a cheat sheet because I know how to navigate in this space, but like it's a it's a thing where it would have been much harder if I didn't grow up like that. Um, and since I know how, it's like, and I know what I like in vegan spaces, it's been pretty easy to stick with it. I would say be vegetarian, or even if like just a like intermediately incorporating vegan food into your diet, because like it's important to discover what's out there. So I would just say start by having like a vegan meal once a week and really build up like a repertoire of meals that you're like, okay, I like this. There are these proteins I like. You know, tofu is amazing when you get tofu in the right dishes and everything. So it's like beans, tofu, seitan. Look for the kind of meat alternatives that provide protein in your diet, and then like start to figure out how it's like I can make this and this is easy. And don't kill yourself if you have a cheat day, or like don't like worry about it if you need to want to eat meat with your friends or whatever. The whole point is to make it like gradual and more long term, but like you don't have to dive into the deep end. And I think that it's not it's you do it because the reason why I do it is because environmentalism, planet stuff, like taking soybean shells that from South America and shipping them to feed animals and use the land, which uses like a lot more land for animals than growing plants and everything like that. So we're feeding an animal across its several years, and we're using space that we don't need to, and we're using resources that we don't need to when we could just have plants instead. And that cuts down on shipping, it cuts down on like a whole lifetime of an animal's worth of shipping to do that. And on top of that, it's like animals have nervous systems, they feel pain. It's worth doing it for their sake. If we don't have to, then we shouldn't do that. You know what I mean? It's like you have a choice to eat something that is delicious and doesn't harm things, or eat something that's delicious and does. And it's like, I don't know. For me, I just had, like, for example, yesterday I just had some red curry with tofu. It was delicious. It's like, uh, it was like red peppers and broccoli and tofu and in a coconut curry red sauce and everything. And it was like really good, really good. So you can absolutely have like vegan food that is great. Yeah, Demolition D is vegan. Vegetarianism isn't bad either. I'm not like, so if you're like vegetarianism is easier, do what's easier. Yeah. I have not seen Warfare yet. I've been meaning to. It's an Alex Garland movie. He's pretty controversial. I like I like girls now, as in I like women. I don't understand fixation on young girls. No, I like me some fully grown women. Did you like the Silent Hill 2 remake? Not really. The in water ending was my favorite ending, and I feel like they really gutted that one. They took out like half of the cutscene for it, and kind of ruined the impact of the way the direction of the letter read was approached. Because in the original, Maria's actor was sounded like she was prompted to say something like "read the letter" as if you were just saying it directly to James, whereas the new one kind of feels like "read the letter." So, and it just like it's like reading a letter, and it doesn't have the emotional gut punch, and that's the part that makes me cry. Like in water ending makes me cry, and I love the original game's version of that, and really it was disappointed with the new one's version of it. Um, the Silent Hill 2 remake also has way too much combat, like way too much combat. It's a and it's also kind of like it's a little bit like bootleggy Last of Us 2, where you dodge and punch and stuff, and it kind of like it felt like a little bit of like a woman beating simulator in some ways, where the original didn't. Where it's like now I'm brutalizing these bodies of like with female coded characters and or female coded monsters, and it really backfired, I think, and made it felt gross, like in a bad way. Like I was like, no, I there is some. I don't read Silent Hill 2 as particularly misogynistic, though I think some people have and could, but like the remake is really intense with it. It's much more brutal. Um, I love the new James actor in the Silent Hill 2 remake. I think Angela's actor is also really good in the Silent Hill 2 remake. There's definitely positives about the Silent Hill 2 remake. It's not all doom and gloom about it. I get why it bounced back with its reputation and was more positive than not at the end of the day, but like the original is just I think it's the superior work. Yeah, I've seen Godzilla minus one. That was fun. New Angela, I do like her approach quite a lot. Yeah, I'd say New Angela is probably my favorite aspect of the Silent Hill 2 remake. And James's performance is maybe like a close second in that respect. It's really a shame because again, if they were just a little bit more faithful to the original, like narratively, in the script, and a little bit more faithful in the gameplay, I think the Silent Hill 2 remake would have been pretty baller, like across the board. How can you just sit here and eat pizza? Iconic line. Yeah, Mary Maria was not handled well in the directing department. In the Silent Hill 2 remake, I just think that in the Silent Hill 2 remake, uh, the shift in the original between very distinct Mary and Maria personas was a lot more impactful, and I think the original performance was just like far and away better. It's the one performance, and honestly, the most important performance to get correct in Silent Hill 2, more than even James, is getting Mary correct. And I think the Mary actor was good, but I don't think she was directed well. I don't think she understood how to play the character correctly. So, and it's I don't think it's her fault, But yeah, like I think the original actor and the original direction was much better on Mary and Maria, and that kind of like makes Silent Hill 2 for me. I think the original Silent Hill 2 voice acting is pretty solid, especially for the time. Um, Laura, I think, is better played actually in the original than the new one. That's like another one that I was like looking at the comparison of the directing and the execution of the performance, and I think that the original Laura did better. So there are cases where Silent Hill 2, the original, absolutely ended up surpassing the remake in the performances. But like, I've been thinking of making a video about women being used as an excuse for a main character or guy to go berserk. I've noticed this in A Time to Kill, Law Abiding Citizen, and Last of Us. Do you know more? Well, Berserker. Sure. Yeah, yeah, of course. Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver is that. Mo Senpai. That's like one of the most famous examples of it. um, I'm looking through my filmography, or not my filmography. My film, my film thingy, my secret letterboxed. I'm trying to look for some more examples for you. Oh, of course. Of course. There's that other example. What is it? Straw Dogs. Straw Dogs. Yeah, yeah, that's another one. It's not woman in the freezer is not the correct term for it because they used Last of Us as an example, and like Ellie doesn't actually die. They're talking about like a male guy going violent, and the female doesn't necessarily have to die for that. So like women in the refrigerator means that they're motivated by their death, whereas like in what they're talking about, what most senpai is talking about, is not quite that. So I think Straw Dogs, and Taxi Driver are the two to add to your list, and those are like pretty quintessential examples. Rashomon would be an interesting one to look at. Yeah. Do I have a video platform where my videos got taken down? Wanted to rewatch some of them over the years. I mean, I did get an email from someone asking me for my old videos and whatnot, and I'd be glad to hand them off to whoever emails me. Uh, like, but like, I do need to dig them up because they're on a hard drive. It's not my fault they're down, by the way. Blame anime companies. All right, it's been 4 hours. I haven't actually eaten dinner. I'm kind of like crazy. All right, first 2 hours, and again, for whoever's here, first 2 hours was about 3.0 plus 1.0. The next 2 hours is just about catching up. Um, there would be a lot of apologies that I'd probably hand out to people over the years, like having been, a child that really grew up in the anime space, like, gosh, over 15 years ago. I was like a minor when I started my YouTube channel, and I've done things that I'm not proud of, so there would be a lot of apologies that I'd make about uh, my behavior over the years, and definitely a lot of regrets about like how I've managed my YouTube channel and what I've said 100% of the time. I think growing up with access to the internet is not necessarily for the best. But like if I did do somebody harm out there, like mentally, or said some shit that got to people, just know that you're like, I am sorry about that, like genuinely. And this is just anime. I don't really like I don't really have like a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of like emotional stakes for me in this. It's fun to get angry and it's fun to like, you know, get all huffy about it, but I used to go off about this sort of thing in a way that it's like I could have done better, and so I really am sorry that I was like super like not together, I guess, for a long time. This gets to stay up. This video gets to stay up. Your takes on Madoka Rebellion are bad? Haha. I mean, I've rewatched the movie recently. I still am not a fan. So it's like, I just don't buy that Homura's character really needed to cycle into the same thing. It's like, and I still don't like the fact that she told Kyubey for no reason at the end of the series, and that's the inciting reason for it. Still don't like the way that the editing and the directing is done. So I mean, my particular video on it was not very like good at unpacking it. I think that my videos on it have not all of my videos are very good. All right, like I'm like I was a pretty bad slash mid tier YouTuber in a lot of ways. Um, I know a little bit more of what I'm talking about now, but also these are just my opinions, and it doesn't have to be like the end all be all. If you like Rebellion, cool. It's just like I always just say my opinion, right? Like, and I don't expect people to, just because I'm opinionated, doesn't mean that I expect everyone to agree or that I want everyone to. Sometimes it's just fun to have like a discussion about things. So, I appreciate your empathy. Almost certainly you've done more good than bad with this YouTube channel. I appreciate that. I'd like to think that mostly it was through good intentions and trying to be a good person. So I think it's probably the case where I've probably done more good than bad, but also like I just was immature. I'll put it that way in certain respects. Yeah, good night. Good night, everyone. I appreciate that I mostly did all right. Yeah. I'm I'm just like a grown man at this point, and I look back on myself and just like ah. But I think it's easy to be 30 and then look back on yourself when you were like 15 and 18 and 20 and think that you're cringe. So you met your friends through the. Oh gosh, that's so cool. Actually, Death Alchemist. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Well, Sleepy Insomniac, I'm about to head off, so uh, yeah, you should watch the stream. There was first 2 hours were good. It was like about something. All right, good night, you guys.